Test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test. Am I plugged in? Okay. Can you hear me in the back of the room? Test 1. Test 2. 3. 1. Test. Okay, turn it down. Now you can hear me in the back of the room. Okay. Terms of the sale are cash, good check, Visa, MasterCard, and Discover. There is a 20% buyer's premium. Please bid accordingly. You ready? Okay. First item. Lot number 1, a group of gold-filled writing instruments and a lorgnette handle. If you've got a lorgnette and you don't have a handle for it, this is an important lot. Someone give me $100 for it. $50 is where? I have 40 to open and 50, 70, 80, 90. You've got to be 90, 90, now 100, 110, 125, 150, 175 now. 175, 150's bidding 175. Anybody like to be in for 175? 175, yes. Are you bidding? 175? Are you bidding? 175. Anyone else for 175? $150. Buys number 20. What is that? 24. Thank you. 1852 $1 American gold coin pendant with a 14-karat gold chain and bezel. And bidding starts at $250 and $275. Where'd you go? $275 and $300 now. $300. You got to be $300 now. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2. Where'd you go? 3 1/2, 3 1/2. $400, $400, $450, $450. Where'd you go? $450, $500 now. $500. You got to be 5. Where'd you go? $500. Anybody else for $500? $500 now. $550. Back to you, Dan, for $550. Are you bidding $550? I've got $500 offered and $550. $500 buys, Nate. 903 the buyer. 903. Thank you. Two $2.50 Indian head gold coins, 1911 and 1915, and bidding starts at $450 and $500. $450's bid and $500. Up $500 now. $550 now. $550 now. $600 now. $650. You've got to be $700. I'm $750. Would you go $800? The book is out. $800 is bid and $850. 800's bidding $850. Would you go $850? Anyone else for $850? $800, Nate, your way, number? 904, thank you. Lot 4, two 18th century Spanish coins, 1781 and 1747. And I should think 300, pretty, 250 bid and 275. 250's bid and 275. Would you go 275? 275 now 300. 300. Would you go $300? You got to be 3. Would you go 300? 275 is bidding 3. Would you go $300? Anybody else for 300? Fair warning. 275 and 300 seems like it's under the money. $275. Number that 23. The buyer 23. Lot 5 is the French 1868 10 franc coin. And I have 100 to open and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/2? Now you've got to be 175. Now 200. 200. Would you go $200? Anybody like it for 200? 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? Anybody like to be in for 200? 175 buys, Nate. 905. Lot 6 is a marquee-shaped 2-carat diamond brooch with blue enamel accents, mine and rose-cut diamonds. And how much for it? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $500. 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800, 800, 850, 900, 900, 950, 1,000, $1,000. You got to be 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody else for 1,000? I've got 950 bid and 10. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 1,000? 950 buys. Number 11 is that? 13. Sorry, 13. 18 carat. 14 carat and platinum multi-gem brooch. This has James Robinson provenance. James Robinson, one of the finest antique jewelry dealers in New York. And how much for it? Somebody give me $1,000 for it. I have 1,000 offered, and 1,100 and 1,200 and 13. One of you. 13 and 14 and 1,500, 15 and 16 and 1,700, 1,800, 1,900, $1,900. We're going to go 19. You've got to be 1,900. I've got $1,800 offered and 1,900. 18 and 19, once, twice. $1,800 buys. Number 13, the buyer, 13. 14 carat diamond and colored stone butterfly brooch, and $500 quick for it. 500. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200 and 250? 200's been 2 1/4. Would you go 225? 200's been 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? Now 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. Would you go 275? Now 300. Would you go 300? And now 350. 300 is bid and 350. Now 400. 400. 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. 450's bid 500. Now 550. 500's bidding 550. Would you go $550? Anybody else for 550? 500 and 550. Once, twice. $500 buys. Number 4467. Thank you, Sarah. Silver egg-shaped ring box in gold wash with enamel seed pearls and semi-precious gemstones. It is marked 925, made in Hungary, in a very reminiscent of Fabergé eggs. And someone give me 500 for it. 600 is bid and 650, now 700. Back to you for 700. 700, now 750, now 800. $800, you've got to be 800. I've you for 750. 800, now 850. 850, now 900. $900, you're bidding 9, you got to be 900, now 950. 950, would you go 950? I've got 900 on the internet. 950, would you go 950? Now 1,000. $1,000, you're bidding 10, would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 1,000? 950's bidding $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? 950 buys. Number 16, the buyer, 16. Lot 11, Walden International Ladies Watch, 14 karat band and case. It is missing the winding stem, so you buy it as you see it. And bidding starts at 400 and 450. Would you go? 400 is bidding 450, now 500. 500, now 550, now 600. 600, now 650, now 700, now 750, now 800. $800, you're bidding 800. 750's bidding 8. Would you go $800? 800 now 850. 850 now 900, 950. 950, 1000, now 1100. $1,100, you're bidding 1100. I've got 1000 bidding 1100. Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 buys, number 13, the buyer, 13. Okay, lot number 12 is this a beautiful partial set of sterling silver flatware, including some very unusual, I mean, you've got grapefruit spoons and shortcake sporks and seafood forks, butter spreaders, etc. And bidding has to start at $1,050 and $1,100. What do you go? 1,100 now, 1,200. You've got to be 13. I'm 14. What do you go? 15 now, 16. 15 is bidding $1,600. Anybody else for 16? 15 is bidding 16. Would you go $1,600? Anybody like it for 16? $1,500 buys, number 901. Sterling silver tea and coffee set by Wallace. It is exemplar pattern, patterned after a 1740 model. And that comes with a plated tray, and bidding starts at $600 and $650. Would you go? And $700 and $750 and $800 and $850, $900, $950, $1,000, $1,050, $1,100 and $1,200. 11 is bidding 12. We've got to be 12. Would you go $1,200? Anyone else for 1,200? 1,200 now 1,300. 12 is bid and 13. Would you go $1,300? Anybody like it for 13? 1,200 is bid and 1,300. Fair warning. Once, twice. Down it goes. $1,200. 905. Thank you. And now these are magnificent. Pair of Japanese silver signed rooster and hen. They're Meiji period, 19th century, approximately 200 ounces. And bidding has to start. I've got a bunch of interest in it, but certainly not equal to its value. Bidding starts at $3,000 and $3,500, $4,000, $4,500, $5,000, $5,500, $6,000, $6,500, $7,000, one of you, $7,000, $7,500. 7,000's bidding $7,500, $7,500, $8,000, $8,500, $9,000, $9,500, $10,000, $11,000. 10,000's bidding $11,000, you're bidding $11,000. 10,000 is bidding $11,000, any advance on $10,000 and 11,000. Fair warning, once, twice, 10,000 buys. Number 13, the buyer, 13. The old master, the oyster stall. This one is signed and dated 1652. The signature is unclear, but it came out of the Thomas Thompson estate sale in 1870 in New York City. And this is the there are multiples of this painting, but this is the earliest date that we've ever seen on this particular work. And somebody give me $1,000 for it. $500 and get it going. Anybody want to be 500's bidding $550. 500 and $550. Would you go $550? Anybody like to be in for $550? 500, $550, now $600. $600, you've got to be 6. Would you go $600? Anybody like it for $600? 550's bidding $600. Anybody like to be in for 6? Would you go $600? $550 buys, number 910, 910. Red and white Palmyra coverlet. Palmyra coverlets. And this is a rare color, and Palmyra coverlets are reputed to be some of the finest textiles created in the 19th century. This one is dated 1861. And $500 for it, $200 for it. 200's bidding 2 1/4. 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go $225? Anybody like to be in for 2 1/4? 200's bidding 2 1/4. Would you go $225? Anybody want to be in for 2 1/4? $200 buys, number 911. Myers Hotel, signed from anybody who's local here probably knows Ruby's Hotel in Freehold. It was originally Myers Hotel, so it's a local sign. Anybody like to be in for $300? $200. Anybody like it for two? You got to be two. Would you go $100 and start it? And a quarter, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? Hundreds bidding 1 1/4, would you go 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4, 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. 1 1/4 buys, number 915. Sorry, that's 913. Okay, now the Dutchess County coverlet. Again, right out of the Hudson Valley here, and $200 to open. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 is where? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like to be in a quarter, half, 175? Now 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 275. Would you go 275? 250 and 275. Fair warning. 250 buys. Number 30. Thank you. 20. The first of the Gruppes to sell today. Emile Gruppe, A Foggy Day in Gloucester, Mass. Titled on the stretcher, and bidding starts at $1,500 and $1,600, $2,750 and $3,000, $3,000 and $3,500. $3,000's bid and $3,500. Would you go $3,500? Would you go $3,250 then? $3,250. Would you go $3,250? I've got only $3,000 offered. $3,250. Any advance on $3,000? $3,250. Fair warning. Once, twice, down it goes. $3,000 buys, number 914. Tiffany and Company sterling frame and a desk clock, both in their original boxes, and $300 for this lot. $100 for it. 100 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's been 1 1/4. Now a half. 1 1/2. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's been in 1 1/2. Fair warning. Sold it. 1 1/4 buys, number 16, the buyer, 16. 22 is Emile Gruppe, New England Cottage, oil and canvas, and $3,000 for it. Hi, Ethan, how are you? Glad you brought your mother along. $3,000 for it. $2,000, $1,000 is where? Anybody? $1,700 and $1,800. Where do you go? $1,700's bid in $1,800. Anybody like to be in for 18? 18 now 1,900. 19 now 2,000. 2,000 to you for 2,000. You've got to be two. Would you go 2,000? 2,000 now 20, 2,250, 2,500. Back to you for 2,500. 2,500. You've got to be 2,500. 2,250's bid in 2,500. Fair warning. Fair warning. Hammers up. 2,500. 2,750. Back to you for 2,750, Sarah. 2,750. 25 is bid in 2,750. Any advance on 2,500 and 2,750? Fair warning. Once, twice. 2,500 wins the race. Number 532, the buyer, 532. I like this lot. Early blown glass, including a leach bowl, a 6-inch flip glass, and 4 lovely decanters. These are all of the period. And I should think 300, but I'll take 150 to open. Oh, I got 200. 225, now 250. 250, now 275, now 300. 300, Nate, your turn. $300, you've got to be 300, now 350. 300's bid and 350. Would you go $350? Any advance on 300 and 350? Would you go $350? Fair warning, 300 and 350. $300 buys, number 902. Thank you. Lot 24 is the early burl bowl. 27 inches in diameter. It is shown in the middle of the room. And $500 quick for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for 200 and 2 1/4? Would you go? 200's bid 2 1/4. Would you go 225? Anybody like it for 2 1/4? 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2 and 275? 275, would you go 275? Now 300, where we should have started. Now 350. 300 is bid and 350. Would you go $350? Anyone else for 350? I've got 300 and 350. Fair warning. Once, twice. $300 buys, number 917. Thank you. 2 sword canes, one with a horn handle. These are really sharp. If you could pull one out, Josh, out of the cabinet. Both are in excellent condition. And I should think $500 for those. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? Yes, 200. Thank you. How much? 400. That's better. 450. 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anyone else for 450? I've got 400, 450 now. 500. $500. You've got to be five. Would you go $500? Any interest on the floor at 500? The phones are out at 450 and 500. Fair warning. Once, twice. $450. Away it goes. Number 919. Lot 26, Rajasthan School watercolor equestrian portrait of a nobleman. Provenance, the Bell Gallery, which is an English gallery. And how much for it? Someone give me $500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go $200? $100 and start it. Hundreds bid and 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody else like it for 1 1/4? 100's bid and now a half. And now a half. Nate, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Fair warning. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Once, twice. 1 1/4 buys. Number 3195. Lot 27, the French automaton, bird in the cage. It is in working condition, chirping right along. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 200 for it. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200's bid and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now 2 1/2. Anybody like it for 2 1/2? Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4's bid and 2 1/2. Now 275. 250 is on Sarah. Now 275. 275 now 300. $300. Would you go 300? Now 350. 300 and 350. Would you go $350? Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. Fair warning. 300 and 350. $300 buys. Number 3857. Thank you. The Vargueño cabinet on stand showed over here where Josh is. Lovely, beautifully inlaid, as you can see. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think, 2,000, but I'd take 1,000 to open. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? $500 to start it. 500 for that cabinet. My goodness, 300. $200 and get it going. 200. Anybody like to be in for two? Would you go 200? 200, yes. 2 1/4. 2 1/4 now. 300. 350. 300's bid in 350. Would you go 350? 350 now 400. 400. 350's on the phones. 400 now 450. Kenneth. 450. Would you go $450? You've got to be 450 now 500. Back to the internet for 500. Looking for 5. I've got 450 offered and $500. You've got to be 5. Would you go 500 now 550? 550. Would you go $550? You've got to be 550. 550. Would you go 550? Fair warning. Hammers up, $500 buys. Number 13, the buyer, 13. Lot 29, 8 brass 18th and 19th century candlesticks. This is a nice group. The tallest is 9.5 inches, and bidding has to start at 400 and 450. Would you go? 400's bid and 450. Would you go $450? You've got to be 450. 450 is bid and 500. 500's here in the book. 550. Back to you for 550. 500's bid and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? $500 buys. Number 540, the buyer. 540. Lot 30, Trotting Down the Stretch by Janice Cortez. I love this painting. And somebody give me about 2,000 for it. 2,000. $1,000 is where. Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Would you go $1,000? Anybody want to be in for 1,000? $500 and get it going. 500's bid and 550's here in the book. 550 now it's back to you for 600. 600, 650. You've got to be 700. $700. Would you go 700? Now 750. Now 800. Back to you for 800, Sarah. 850. Now 900. $900. Would you go 9? 850's bid and $900. Anybody else for 900? 900. 950. You've got to be 1,000. Would you go $1,000? You've got to be 1,000. 950's bidding 1,000. Would you go $1,000? Anybody like it for 1,000? 950 is bidding $1,000. Any interest at 1,000? 1,000 is bid, and now 1,100. Book is out. $1,100. Where do you go? 1,100. 1,000 is bid, and $1,100. Anyone else for 1,100? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,000 owns it. Number 927. 927. All right. Russian boxes and the paper mache snuff box. There's also an eyeglass case there. And bidding starts at $125 and $150. Where do you go? 125 is bidding 150. Anybody like to be in for 150? 150 and 175. 150 is bidding 175. Anyone like it for 175, 150 and 175? Fair 175. Now 200. 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4? I've got $200 bid and 2 1/4. Fair warning. $200 buys. Number 3515. 32. 4 lovely 18th century polychrome decorated Delft plates, English. And the largest is 9 inches in diameter. And they open at 175 and 200. Where do you go? 175 is bidding 2. Would you go $200? You've got to be 200. 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Now 2 1/2. You've got to be 2 1/2. You're out in the back at 2 1/2. 2 1/4 is bid and 2 1/2. Anyone else for 2 1/2? Fair warning. 2 1/2. Wow. Nice buy. 2 1/4 buys. Number 412, the buyer. 412. Set of 4 Chippendale New York chairs. These are right out of the book, the carved backs. And bidding on these starts at $900 and $950. Where do you go? 900 is bid at $950. Would you go $950? Anybody else for $950? $950, $1,000. $1,000, $1,050, $1,100, $1,100, $1,200, looking for $1,200. $1,050 is bidding, $1,100 is bidding, looking for $1,200. 11 is bidding, 12, would you go $1,200? Anyone else for $1,200? Fair warning. $1,100 buys. Number 540, the buyer, 540. Charles Warren Eaton, tonal landscape and lovely, 7 3/4 by 10 inches. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I think 500 to open. 500, thank you, and 550. 500 and 550, now 600. 600, now 650. 600 is bid and 650. What do you go 650? Now 700. Now 750. Back to you, Sarah, for 750. I've got 700 offered, 750. Now 800, and 800, 850. 850, what do you go 850? Now 900. Back to you for 900. $900, you've got to be 9. What do you go $900? Anybody else for 900? 850 is offered at 900. Once, twice. $850 buys. Number 5683. American Hepplewhite lolling chair. This is about 1790 old. Beautiful chair. And how much for it? Someone give me about, I should think. I've always liked this model. So $500 to open. Anybody like to be in for 5? $300 then. 300, 200. $200. Anybody like to be in for 2? Would you go $200? Anybody want to be in for 200? Thank you. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Back to you for 2 1/2, John. 2 1/2, 275. 275. Would you go 275? 250's bid in 275. 250 buys. Nice buy. Number 1, the buyer. 1. C.P. Ream, Still Life of Apples, oil on canvas, lovely painting. And he had to become an artist because his father named him Carduchius Plantagenet. And bidding starts at $450 and $500. 500, 550, you've got to be 600, 650, 650, 700. 650 is on the phones, and $700, you're going to be 7. What do you go $700? Anybody like to be in for 700? 650's been at 700. Fair warning, 650 and 700. Down it goes, $650. 533? Number, Barbara? 553, thank you. Oil on panel, this is Woodbury, Tidal River. This has Vos Gallery provenance. And bidding starts at $1,000 and $1,100. Where do you go? 11 and 12 and 1,300, 14, now 15, 16, 1,700. 17, 18, you've got to be 1900, 19, 2000, 2250, 2250, 2500, 2750, one of you, 2750, 25 is bidden, 2750, 2750, 3000, 3250, 3250, Barb, 3250, would you go 3250? You've got to be 3250, 3250, any advance, 3250, now 3500, 3500's here, 3500, 3750, 3750, would you go 3750, 3750, 4000, 4250, 4250, you're bidding 4250. I've got $4,000, 4250. The book is out. 4250. It's live on the floor at $4,250 and 4,500 now. 4750. 4750. You're bidding 4750. 4,500 is bid and 4750. Fair warning. 45 and 4750. Hammers up. Once, twice. $4,500. Buys number 936. 936. Early crucifix fragment. This is plaster construction. Don't know too much about it, but it certainly appears to be ancient. And how much for it? Someone give me about $300 for it. $100 is where. Anybody like to be in for 100? 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody like to be in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Now a half. For 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4's bidding 1 1/2. Anybody else for 1 1/2? 1 1/4 buys. Number 15, the buyer. 15. Okay, a pair of Pietradura plaques in ebonized frames. They're really just lovely. Beautiful, beautifully crafted. I'm sure a grand tour souvenir. And how much for them? I've got $350 to open and $375 would you go? $375 and I've got 4 1/4. Would you go 4 1/2? 4 1/2 and $500. 4 1/2 has been in $500. You got to be 5. Would you go 500? 500 now 550. 550 now 600. 550's bid in $600. Would he go 6? 5 1/2 is bid in 6. Would he go $600? Anyone else for 600? 550 and 600. Once, twice. How it goes? $550, Nate? 919. 39 is a southern walnut chest with fan and barber pole inlay, 4-drawer chest. Pretty much neat as a pin, I think shown back over here. And how much for it? Someone give me about $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where. Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $1,000 to start it. $500 and get it going. $500. Would you go 5? You got to be 5. Would you go 500? $300 and set it in. Thank you. $350. Would you go? $350. Now $400. Now $450. Now $500. One of you. $500. $550. Back to you for $550. Now $600. $600. We're bidding $600. Now $650. $650. You're both out at $6. I have $650 behind you. Would you go $700? $700. Seven. I have 7 ahead of you. Would you got to be $750? $750. $750. Now $800. $800. Now $850. $850. Would you go $850? $850. Now $900. Back to you for $900, Dan. $900. Now $950. $950. You're bidding $950. $950. Now $1,000. $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? Now $1,100. $1,100. You're bidding $1,100. 11. Now $1,200. Back to you for 12. Now $1,300. Back to you for 13. Would you go $1,300? 13. Now $1,400. 14. Now $1,500. $1,500 bidding 15. Would you 15? Now $1,600. 16. Now $1,700. $1,700. You're bidding 17. I have 16 bid and $1,700. 16 is bid and $1,700. 1,700. 1,800. Back to you for 18. Now $1,900. $1,900 bidding 19. Yes? No? No. 1,800 is bid and 1,900. Anyone else for 19? 18 and 19. Fair warning. $1,800 to the phones. 531. Thank you. Oil on board, signed Haley Lever. This is one of his surf pictures. Beautifully rendered. Nice frame, too. Good package. How much for it? Someone give me about $1,500 for it. I'll take $1,000 to open. Anybody like it for $1,000? Would you go $1,000? $500 and get it going. $400's bid and $450 now. $500. 550. 500's bid in 550. What do you go 550? Now 600. 600 on Barbara. 600 now 650. 650. What do you go $650? Anybody else for 650? Now 700, Barb. $700. What do you go 700? Now 750. 700's bidding 750. Would have been bidding 750. I've got 750 now 800. Barbara, back to you for $800. You've got to be 800 now 850. 850. What do you go $850? You've got to be 850 now 900. Back to you, Barb, for 900. I've got 850, 900 now 950. 950. What do you go for $950? You're going to be 950. 950 now 1000. $1,000, Barb. 1,000. What do you go 1,000 now 1,100. $1,100. You've got to be 1,100. 11 and now 1,200. Barbara, you got to be 1,200. What do you go 1,200 now 1,300. $1,300. You got to be 13. 12 is bid and 13. What do you go 1,300. 13 now 1,400. Back to you, Barbara, for 1,400. 14 now 1,500. Back to you, Nate, for 15. Looking for 1,500. I've got 14 bid and 1,500. Fair warning. 14 is bid and 15. Once, twice. $1,400 buys. Number 553. Thank you. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison signed ship's passport for the Topshin Beauty, 1805. This is signed by the President, Thomas Jefferson, and also signed by Secretary of State James Madison, who later became president. And I should think 5,000 for it, 2,000, 3,750, and 4,000. Would you go? 3,750 is bidding for. Would you go $4,000? Anybody like it for 4,000? 3,750 is bidding $4,000. Anybody like to be in for 4? Would you go 4,000? 3,750 is bidding $4,000. Anybody want to be in for 4,000? Fair warning. 3,750 and 4,000. Once, hammers up. Twice, down it goes. 3,750 buys. Number 5727. Thank you. Inlaid federal-style mirror shown in the back of the room. And this is 19th century. It's not 18th, but it is an antique. It's 19th century. Beautiful Église panel. And how much for it? Nice size, too. $300 for it? $100 is where? 200? Did you say two? 200, 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. Now 300. Now 350. 300 and 350. 350 now 400. Now 450. 400 is bid and 450. 500 now 550. 500's bid and 550. Now 600. Now 650. 650. You've got to be 650 now 700. 700. Would you go 700? 6 1/2 and 7. Would you go 700? Are you bidding? 700. Jim, you're not bidding, are you? 700. $700. Anyone else for 700? 650 buys. Number 921. 941. Sorry. Keep your card down. Okay. Because I keep taking you as if you were bidding, and then I realize that you're not. Okay. So Tiger Maple Federal Period 2-draw stand, mahogany top. This has Liverant provenance, a beautiful little stand and wonderful surface. And bidding starts at $1,200 and $1,300. $1,200, eliminating underbidders. It has to open at $1,200, $13, now $14, now $1,500, $16. One of you, $1,600. Anybody like it for $16? $16, now $17, now $1,800. Back to you for $1,800. $1,800, $18. I've got $2,000. Would you go $2,250? $2,000's bid and $2,250. Now $2,500. The book is out. $2,250's bid and $2,500. Anybody else for $2,500? $2,250's bid and $2,500. $2,750. Back to you for $2,750. $2,750. You're bidding $2,750. $2,750. Yes, $2,750. Now $3,000. Back to you, Nate, for $3,000. You've got to be 3. What do you go? $3,000. $3,000. $3,250. $3,250. What do you go? $3,250. $3,250. You're bidding $3,250. Fair warning. $3,000 is bid and $3,250. Once, twice. Down it goes. $3,000, Nate. $942. $942. 44 is 4 early blown 18th century bottles in a Delft apothecary jar. Bidding starts at 500 and 550. What do you go? 550, 600. You've got to be 650. 650. You're bidding 650. I've got 600 bidding 650. Anybody else like them for 650? I've got 700. What do you go? 750. 750, Dan. 800. What do you go? 850. 850. 900. What do you go? 950. 950. You've got to be 950. I've got $1,000. Would you go 1050? 1050, would you go 1050? I've got $1,000 offered. Would you go $1,050? Anybody else for 1050? $1,000 buys. Number 421, the buyer, 421. The Silva, terrific painting. F.A. Silva, Atlantic City. Mixed media on paper. This has provenance Sotheby's, 1998. And it opens at $3,000 and $3,500. Would you go $4,000, $45, $5,000, $55? You've got to be $55, $6,000, $6,500, $7,000. One of you, $7,000. Would you go $7,000? $6,500 is bidding $7,000. $6,500 is bidding $7,000. You're bidding $7,000, Barb. $7,000. You've got to be $7,000. I've got $6,500 here in the book. $6,500, $7,000. $7,500, now $8,000. You've got to be $8,000. You're bidding $8,000. $7,500 has been in $8,000. Anyone else for $8,000? Fair warning, $7,500 and $8,000. $7,500 buys. Number 557, the buyer, 557. Satinwood North Shore or Portsmouth card table with inlay. Beautiful, beautiful satinwood table. And how much for it? I've got 400 to open and 450. Would you go? 400's bid in 450. Would you go 450 and 5? I've got 500. Would you go 550? 550. You're bidding 550. I've got 600. Would you go 650? 650. Now the book is out. 650's bid in $700. Anybody else for 700? 650's bid in $700. You're bidding 700. 700 now 750. 750. Would you go 750? 700's bidding 750. You'll like it better than you do your money, honestly. 750. I've got 700 bid and 750. Fair warning. Once, twice, $700. Lovely table. Number 17, the buyer, 17. 3 early 19th century silhouettes and 2 watercolor profiles. 5 in the lot. And how much for this lot? Someone give me about $500 for it. $200 for it. $350, that's more like it. And $400, would you go? $350's bid in 4, would you go $400, now $450. $400's bid in $450, would you go $450? Anybody else for $450? $400's bid in $450, would you go $450? Anyone else for $450? $400 and $450, once, twice, down it goes. $400 buys, number 901, thank you. 48, 1853, Adam and Eve sampler by Charlotte Gallup. She was 9 years old. How much for it? Someone give me about $500 for it. 300's bid in 350. Would you go? 300 I have in 350. Would you go $350? So you got to be 350. 350 now 400 now 450 now 500 now 550. 500's here and 550. Would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got 500 bid and 550. $500 buys. Number 545, the buyer, 545. 2 antique cloisonne vases. The tallest is 12 inches, and they're in beautiful condition. No issues whatsoever. I should think $500 for those. $200 for them. Anybody like to be in for $200? $100 and start them. $100. Anybody like them for $100? No interest? No interest. Pass it by. Next lot, 50. Walter Lawn Palmer, Cloud Shadows. Beautiful watercolor. One of my favorites of the sale. And bidding has to start, eliminating underbidders at $5,500 and $6,000. Where do you go? $5,500, $6,000, $6,500. You've got to be $7,000. $7,500. Now you $8,000. $8,000. Book is out. $8,000 is bid. $8,500. $8,000 is bid. $8,500. Any advance on $8,000? $8,500. Anybody want to be in for $8,500? $8,500. $8,000 buys. Number, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. What was it? 1? 520 the buyer. Thank you. Beautiful painting. Late 19th century Chinese carved teakwood low table shown over with John. And $300 for it. $200 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $50, 50, 75. Now 100. 100, 1.25. 1.25. Would you go 1.25? 1.5. 1.5. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 is bid and 1.5. Any advance? 1.25, 1.5. 1.25 buys. Number 560, the buyer. 560. 52. Siamese sterling silver hinge lid box, and I've got 100 to open and 1.25. 100's bid 1.25. Now a half. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 is bid in 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? And then 175. 175. Would you go 175? 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2.25. 200's bid in 2.25. Now 2.5. You've got to be 2.5. Would you go 2.5? 2.25 is bid in 2.5. 2.5 and 275. 275, 250 and 275. Anybody else for 275? Fair warning. $250 your way, Nate. 901, thank you. 53, oil on board, fish and shrimp, unsigned, 6 3/4 by 10 inches. Nicely framed. And $300 quick for it. 300, 200 for it. 100's bid and 1.25, would you go? 100's bid and 1.25, would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1.25? Now a half, 175. 200, you've got to be 2.25. 2.25. Anybody else for 2.25? 2.5, you've got to be 275. 275, Barb. I'm 300. Would you go 350? 300 is here, and 350, you're bidding 350, now 400. 350's bidding 4. Would you go $400? Anyone else for 400? 350 buys, Barb. Number 553, the buyer. 553. Pair of 18th century George the probably that might be George II. I don't know. Pair of 18th century Georgian English silver candlesticks, touch mark of William Caife, 1759, and the bidding has to start at $950 and $1,000. $1,000 now $1,100. $1,100. Anybody else for $1,100? $1,000's been 11 and 12 and 1,300. 1,300. Would you go 13? 13 now $1,400. $1,400. Would you go 14? 13 and 14 now $1,500. $1,500. Dan, get it back at 15 now $1,600. 17. One of you. $1,700. You're bidding 17. 16 is bid and $1,700. Anybody else for 1,700? $1,700. You're bidding 1,700. 16 is bid and 1,700. 17 now 1,800. Back to you for 18. 18 now 1,900. $1,900 under the money now at 1,900. Would you go 19? 1,900 on Ken. And $2,000. You got to be 2,000. Would you go 2,000? 2,250. 2,250. Would you go 2,250? 2,000's bid in 2,250. Get it back, Ken, at 2,250. I've got 2,000 up front on the phones. 2,250. Fair warning. Once, twice. $2,000 buys. Number 525. Thank you. 55, oil on canvas. This is a terrific painting. Myers Farm, Saugerties, New York. It's a stone house. It's probably still there, but beautifully rendered with our Catskills in the background. And how much for it? It opens at 900 and 950. What do you go? 900's bid 950, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 13 now 1,400. 13 is bid and $1,400. You got to be 14. What do you go 1,400? 13 is bid and $1,400. Anybody else like it for 1,400? I've got 1,300 bid. 14 now 1,500. 1,500 now 1,600. 1,600. 15 is bid and 16 bid quick or lose it. Fair warning. 15 or 1,600. 1,600. 1,700. 17. Wrong answer. 1,700. 1,600 is bid and 17. What do you go $1,700? You got to be 17. Any advance? 17. Thank you. And $1,800. $1,800. You got to be 18. 17 is bid and 1,800. Anyone else for 1,800? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,700. You'll be glad you did. Number 30, is it? Thank you. 30. Okay. 56 is the etagere shown over here. I said probably Boston. There's also been speculation that it might be Regency, but it's an unusual form. And bidding has to start at 300 and 350. 300 is bidding, 350, would you go $350, anybody? And I've got 400, would you go 450? I've got 500, would you go 550? 500 is bidding, 550, would you go $550? Anyone else for 550? I've got $500 offered and 550. Fair warning, 500 and 550. $500 buys number. I'm sorry, 552. 552 the buyer. That's a beautiful bull. Look at the plum pudding in that pearl ball. Original finish, 16 inches in diameter and $1,000 quick for it. 1,000 wear. $500 for it. Anybody like to be in for five? Got to be five. When you go 500 and 550. 500 is made in 550. 550 now 600. $600 now 650. 650 now 700. $700 when you go 700. 6.5 has been 7. Got to be 7. When you go $700. Any advance on 650 and 700. 700 now 750. 700 and 750. When you go 750 now 800. Back to you for 800, sir. Professor, you'll have to be $800. It's I have only 750 bid and 800. Fair warning. 750 and 800. Once, twice. 750 buys. Number 526. The buyer. 526. F.A. Wyman, surf. He was a Boston artist. Signed and dated. He's 10 inches by 21 inches. Lovely painting. You can almost feel the ocean spray. Someone give me about 500 for it quickly. 500. 500, thank you, and 550. 500, 550, 600, 650. Barbara, 650, you bidding? That's your 600. 650, now you can bid. 700. 700, where do you go 700? 650 is bidding 700. $700 bidding 700, yes, 700, now 750. Back to you, Barb, for 750. That's your money at 700, 750, now 800. Back to you, $800, you've got to be 8. Would you go $800? 800, now 850. 850, Barb, would you go 850? 800 and 850, you're bidding 850. 800 is bidding 850 at advance. 800 and 850. $800 buys. Number 14, the buyer, 14. 59 is a boxed pair of George III long spoons, hallmarked London, 1815. That would be George II. No, that would be George III. And $300 for this lot. 300, 200. They're in remarkable condition. 100's bid and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4's bid and 1 1/2. Anybody else? 1 1/2 and 175. 175, would you go 175, 150 and 175? Fair warning, 150 and 175. Now 200. 175 is bid and $200. You got to be two. Would you go $200? Anyone else for 200? 175 and 200. 175 buys. Number 25. Is it 25? 25. The buyer. 25. The Hayfield. Zitzowitz, 1890. Continental artist working in France. And I've got 250 to open and 275. Would you go? 250's bidding 275. Anybody like it for 275? 250's bidding 275. Anybody want to be in for 275? 250's bidding 275. 275 now 300. 300. You've got to be 300. 300 now 350. 350. Would you go 350? You've got to be 350. I've got 300 and 350. Anybody else for 350? 300 and 350. $300 buys. Number 554. The buyer 554. The bronze plaque, Alexander Finta, 1881 to 1958. This is dated 1923. Lovely plaque, beautiful bronze. And somebody give me 300 for it. 300, $200 to start it. Anybody like to be for two? Would you go $200? You got to be two. Would you go 150, 175? 150 and 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 is offered and 175. Would you go 175? Anybody else for 175? 150 and 175. Fair warning, 175. Wow. 150 buys. Number 3952. 62, satinwood glazed door bookcase. The top two drawers is actually your desk drawer that pulls out. Two false drawers. And how much for this lot? Someone give me $1,000 for it? 1,000 where? Anybody like to be in for 1,000? Well, $500 and get it go. 500, thank you. And 550, would it go? 500 and 550, would it go? 550, now 600. Back to you for 600, now 650. Back to you, 650, now 700. $700, you're gonna be 7, would it go $700? Anyone else for 700? I've got 650 bid and 7, would it go 700? $650, number, what is that? 531, thank you, 531. 63. This is the little winter idol from the Walter Lawn Palmer. Beautiful little painting. And bidding starts at 1,000, and I've got 1,100, and you've got to be $1,200 now. 12 and 13 and 1,400, 14 and 15 and 16, 1,700, $1,700. You're bidding 17. I've got 17 on the phones. 1,800, 1,900, Barb. 1,900, would he go 1,900, 2,000, 2,250, 2,250, would he go 2,250? I've got 2,250, 2,500, one of you. 2,500, 25, 2,750 now. 2,750, would he go 2,750? 25 is bidding 2,750, now 3,000. Back to you for 3,000, you're bidding 3,000. 3,000's on the internet. 3,250. 3,250, would he go 3,250, now 3,500. You got to be 3,500. You're bidding 35. I've got 3,500 ahead of you, Nate. 3,500, 3,750, 3,750. Or I guess at this rate, yeah, it's 3,750. Now 4,000. 4,000. Would he go 4,000? 4,000, 4,250. Getting back at 4,250, Barb. 4,250. I've got 4,000 seated and 4,250. That's your money, sir. 4,000 and 4,250. Now 4,500. 4,500. $4,500. Anybody like it for 4,500? I've got 4,250 offered and $4,500. Anybody like to be in for 4,500? That's your money at 4,250, I believe. And 4,500 once, twice, down it goes. 4,250 buys, and your number, please. 25, the buyer. 25. 26? 26, is that your number? Thank you. Tiffany flatware. This is Wyndham pattern. Like a luncheon. $1,000 for it. It has to open 950. Would he go? 900's bid at 950 and 1,000. You've got to be 1,050. 1,100. You've got to be 1,200. 1,300. You've got to be 1,400. $1,500. Anybody like it for 15? I've got $1,400 offered and $1,500. Anybody like me for 1,500? $1,400 is bid in 15. Would it go $1,500? Anybody like it for 15? $1,400. Nate, UOA number 901. Thank you. Okay. 65 is a pair of 19th century China tracks.
3250, one of you. 3250, we go 32,000 bid and 3250, and 3500. You make it 3750, 37, 4,000, $4,000. 4250, 4250, yes. 4250, 4,500. $4,500, 4,500, 4250, 4,500, 4250, 4,500. Once, twice, goes 4250. The race. Number 6, is that what your number is? 5? Number 5. Oh, Fireface, Seymour, and who's got $1,000 for it? $1,000. Where do you go? 1,000. 12, you got me 12, 13, $1,400, we go 14 and 1,500, 15 now 1,600, 15 is being 16, 16, we go $1,600, and 1,500, 1,600, 1,500, 1,600, much, what?
972.
972. Firestone China, we got a 14 and 3/8 inch platter, and they similar pattern. The platter has a nice curly mark. That's the impressed mason mark. And then got a little bit of ridges, and then it opens up one and 175. You've got the 175, 175, 200. Thank you. 200 maybe 200. 200 has been in 200. 225. Anybody like to be in 200? $200 fine.
973.
973. 75 view from Brooklyn to Manhattan. The East River. And how much for it? $500 for it. 500 has been in 550. Now 600. You got me $600 for the 6. 500 has been 650. $650. 650. Everything 650. 750. 750 bar. 800. 800. 850. Bar. 850. Everything 850. 900. Yes. 900. 950. Bar. 950. $1,000 now.
Yeah.
1,100. 1,100. 1,200 now. 1,200. You got me 12. You go 12 now. 1,300. 1,300. 13, 12, 13. Anyone else? 13, 13 now. 1,400. 1,500. 100. 15 now. 1,600 bar. Get it back at 1,600. 15 is within 1,600. Fair warning. Once, twice. 1,500. 5. 5757. Okay. 15 inches in diameter. And 2.5, and you've got me 275 now. 300. $300. We go 3. Anybody else? 3. You got me 3. We go 3. Anybody else? The 300. 275. 300. Advance. 275.
974.
Yes, I had 2 column ball stove. The Eagle 4 in Albany in 1844. Royal and Wendt, founders. How much for it? About 3,000 or 2,000, $1,000 is where. $1,000. Anybody like $3,000? $500. 500. 800, 850, 850 Dan, 850, 900, 900, 950, 9, now 1000, now 1100, $1,100, $1,100 for them.
I'm 12.
1200, now 1300, $1,300, 13, 12, 13, 13, 1400, 1500, 1500, all of them, 1500, 1400, 1500, now 16, now 1700, 1700, all of them, 17, now 18, now 1900, 900, all of them, 1900, now 2000, 2250, 2250, 2250, 2000, 2750, 2750, 27, 2750, 2750, 2550, once, twice, and $2,500 bonus,
3480.
2480. Item assessment, approximately 14 pieces. 179 and $200, 179 and $200, $200, 175 and $200, what's 175 buys, 412. For the Patterson swells, this is a look back on colors, and giving us a start at 300 and 350.
1400.
1,400. Thank you. 1,400 and 1,500. 1,400 is big at $1,500. Anybody like to be in for 1,500? 1,400 is big at $1,500. Anybody want to be in for 1,500? I got 14.
15 also.
15, now 1,600. 15 is big at 1,600. Uninvaluable. 1,500 is big at 1,600. Like what she uses a sleeve. Once, twice, $1,500.
5669.
5669, okay. Everything central OST category, wonderful anyway. This is the maintenance and tea caddy has the lids in the interior and how much for it. So we can be about, I should think, 400 for it, 200, 250, 275 we go. 250's been in 275. Anybody like to go 275 now? 300. $300 is going to be 3. We go $300. Anybody like to go 300? 275 is been $300. Anybody else like it for 300? 275 and 300. Fair warning. 275 buys number.
She jumped her hand up right as you were driving the camera.
Thumbs up.
Oh.
Oh, we're
Free on the
okay.
phone.
So you've got to be, you're 300.
I have 350 now. Yeah.
We've got 350. We've got to go 400. $400 is going to be 4. We were 400, 350, and 400. Fair warning. 350 buys number
5233.
5233.
33.
Rosemary Diet back corner fruit bowl. But it's there, so $300 for it, $200 for it, $200. Anybody like to leave for $200, $100 to start it. 100's been 1 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. We do 125. Anybody like to leave for 1 1/4? 100's been 1 1/4. Fair warning. $100 buys number
979.
979. 82. Over one farmer, evergreens in winter. Fantastic job framing. And I should think 1,000 for it, 8,000, 8,000, $5,000. 1,000 is where? 3,000 is big. 3,000 is been $3,500. Anybody like for 3,500? $5,000, 5,500, 5,500 should be $5,500. You're doing 55. 5,500, 6,000, 6,000. Book is out. $6,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? Anybody else like it for 6,000? 1,000. Fair warning. $5,500, Nate. You ready, number?
984.
984, thank you. 3 John Rogers groups, Rip Van Winkle, at On the Mountain, and Rip's Return. And how much for that lot? Somebody give me $1 for the 3 of them? 1,000 where? $500 for it. 550, we go $550. 500, 550, now 600. $600, we go 605. Anybody else for 6? 550 buys, number
986.
986. 84. This is a lovely chair, really. How much for it? Beautifully carved ears on this. How much for it? Somebody give me about $1,000, but I'll take $500. 500 and 550. 550. It's a Nantucket
600?
chair. 550.
700?
700, 750. Anybody else for 750? I've got 700 and 750. Once 700 and 750. Now 800. $800, bidding 800, 7.5. 750 is bidding 8. 750 bidding 800. 750 and 800, once, twice, $750 buys, number 520. Early 19th century sampler, Harry Fry, beautiful strawberry. Her instructor was Smith's, Hinton. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to be between $100? Get it going.
150.
150 and 175. 150 bid 175. We go 175. Anybody like to bid for 175? The 150 bid in 175. We go 175. 175. Fair warning. 175. 150 buys. Nate.
988.
88.
988.
988. 988. French foundry, Mark. And how much for this? Someone give me $1,000 for it. $2,000, $1,000. 1,000 is good. $1,100. $500. 3250.
500?
4,000. 4,000. 4,500. 4,500. 4,000 been $4,500.
4,250.
4,500.
4250.
4,250. 4,500. 4,500. 4,250 bid at 4,500 is certain. 4,250. 4,500. 4,500. 5,000. $5,000. You're going to be 5,000. I'm going to stick with the $500. Fair warning. Once, twice. Sold it. $5,000. What is 4,500 to 520? 520. Mr. with the hat. Okay, James King Boner, Fall, Autumnal Scenery in Vermont, dated 1944. And I should give $500 for it. Anybody else for $500? $300. Anybody want me for 3? We've got 3. We've got 3. What?
250?
I have 250 ahead of you. 300, now 350, now 400. 400, 400, now 450, now 500. 500, 500, 550, 600. 600. 550's been at 6, but it goes 600. 100, 550 and 600, $550 buys, and your number please. 31 the buyer. Okay, 80. First 34-inch sweet size New England slit-lid desk. Prospect door on the interior. And I should think $1,000. Anybody like me for $1,000? $500. I'm going to go to 5 is bidding 550. I'm going to go 550. Anybody want in for 550? 550 and 600. 550 is bid at 6. Would you go $600 now? 650. 600 and 650. Would you go 700? $700 could be 7. Would you go $700 now? 750. 700 could be 7. 750. I've got $700 offered and 750. 700 and 750. Once, twice, 700 and 750. $700 then.
991.
991.89. Port side, Will Hickok Low, 1909. This is probably the study for a mural. He was a muralist, and someone gave me about $1,000 to open. Anybody?
16?
What?
1600?
$1,600 and $1,700, $1,800 now. 18, we go $1,800. Anybody else for 18? 17 is good. $1,800. Anybody want to be for 1,800? 17 and 18. 1,700 and 1,800. Once, twice. $1,700. Your way number.
993.
993. And Chauncey Bradley Ives, one of the most renowned sculptors of the 19th century. Carrara marble. This was executed in Rome in 1866. How much for it? Somebody give me $4,000? $2,000 to set it in. Anybody like to be in for $2,000? $1,000 is where. Thousands been to 1,100 and 1,200 and 1,300 and 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 1,600. Back to you for 16. I've got 15 bid at $1,600. Anybody else like it for 1,600? 15 is bid at 16. What do you go $1,600? Anybody like to be in for 1,600? Fair warning. Once, twice. $1,500. Number 13. Number 13. 91 fluted column marble, pedestal in green marble. And how much for it? I think the top revolves. So I'm going to give about 500 for it, easy money. Start me off at 500. 300 bid and 350. What do you go? 300 and 350 to go 350 and 400 and 450 and 500, 500 and 550 and 600. One of you? 650, we go 650, I've got 600 on the lines and 650. Any advance? 50? Fair warning, 600 and 650.
Yep.
650 and 700. Back to you for 750, you're bidding 750, I've got $700. Fair warning, 700 and 750. 700 buys, number? 531. Thank you, 531. Seth Thomas banjo box in a presentation case. How much for it? Someone give me about, I should think $1,000, but I'll take $500 to open. $500. Everybody like to pay for 550. I want to go $500. $300 and start it. No interest. $300. $200 for it. We might see it another day. I think we'll just pass that one.
Have two.
93. Apollo, carved pine statue, probably William Rush, Philadelphia. I think a much more significant 19th century sculpture than most cigar store Indians. So who's got $30,000 to open it? Anybody want to leave the 30, leave the 30,000, $10,000 as well. $10,000, 10,000. Anybody want to leave it for 10,000? 5 has been 5,500 and 6,000 and 6,500. $6,500, you're getting 65. Anybody 500, I've got $6,000 off. 7,000, 7,500, 8,000, 8,500, 8,000 bid at $8,500, you got 8,500, 9,000, 9,500, $9,500 bid at 9,500, 9,500, 10,000, 11,000. $11,000 is going to be 11, 12, 13,000. $13,000 is going to be 13 and 14,000. $15,000 is going to be 15. $1,000 is gonna be 15, we go 15,000, 15 and 16 and 17,000. Any advance on 16,000 and 17,000? $16,000 buys, number 18, buyer 18, next lot. 94, Julie Hart beers. Probably produced the most interest of any one lot as far as paintings go. Has to start at 4,000, 4,500, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000, 7,000. One of you.
Yep.
8,000, 8,500, you've got to be 9,000, 9,000, 9,500, you've got to be 10,000, $10,000. Anybody like it for 10,000? You've got to be 12,000 now. 11,000's bid at $12,000. Anybody else for 12,000? 12 and 13,000. You've got to be 14,000. $16,000, 16. $19,000. $19,000. $19,000. You're going to be 19. I have 18 bid and $19,000. Any advance? $1,000 is offered. At $19,000, you're getting 19.
Yes.
19,000. The book is out. 19,000. $20,000. Anybody else for 20? 19,000 bid and $20,000. Anybody else like it for 20? $20,000. Anybody else like to be in for 20,000? 19 is offered at 20,000. Fair warning. Once, twice. $19,000 to the internet. Fire number
997.
997. Very nice. Wick and Green, Liverpool. 12-phase clock. Glass bonnet panels are still intact. This is rare to have. Panels are always cracked, but this is a real survivor. It is in working condition. And how much for it? Someone giving you $1,000 for it? $10,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? Well, $500 then. 500, thank you, and 550. 500 and 550. We go $550. Anybody else like it for 550? And for 500, 550. 500 and 550 is a lot of clock for that kind of money. 500 and 550. Fair warning. 500 and 550. Once, twice. 550. Now 600. $600. Going to be 600. Now 650. 600. And 650. Now 700. 700 and 750. 700 and 750. We go 750. 750. Now 800. $800 and $850. 800 and $850. We go $850 now. 850. I have 800, 850. Now 900. $900. You're going to be 900. 950. 900 is bid at $950. This is just like an auction. 950. 900. Anyone else for 950? I've got 900 bid at 950. Fair warning. 900 at 950. Once, twice. There it goes. $900.
995.
995. Thank you. Okay. Crystal sweetmeat jars with lids, probably Pittsburgh, I would think. Beautifully cut and etched. $200 for them. Anybody like to be for $200? $100 is where 100 and a quarter and a half, and 75, 175. What do you go 175? Yes. 175. Now 200. 200. Yes. 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. We go 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 275. 275. 250 is bid. 275. 275. Now 300. Now 350. 350. Now 400. $400 is going to be forward for $400. Anyone else for 400? 350. 400. 350 buys number
999.
999. 96. 97. 30. Sterling silver flatware by Rogers. It's the old Charleston pattern. It is missing 1/4. Let's see. Then he has 650, 700, 750. 850 is on the internet. $900 and we go 900. 900, 900, 950. advance, $950, once, twice, $900 buys, number 25, is it? 25. French day beds, I love these, very, very dressy. French day beds, they are steel, regularly bound with, let me give you $2,000 for them. $2,000, $1,000.
Like 15?
1,500, 1,600, 15, 16, 1,700, 17, 1,800, 1,900, 2,000 bar, $2,000. You're going to be 2,000.
2250?
What?
2250.
2250, 2,500, 2,750, 2,500 is bidding.
2750.
3,000, 3,250. 500, 3,750, 3,750. 4,000. 4,000 is bid, $4,500 any advance on 4. Fair warning, once, twice, $4,000 buys, number 13, the buyer, 13. 99, Jane Peterson, watercolor at the pool, and $500 quick for it. 100 and 1,600, 15 is bid, $1,600, you'll be 16, what do you $16 any advance? 1,500 is bid, 115 is bid, 1,600, 15 and 16. $1,500 your way number.
5674.
567. A paint decorated American tall case clock, about as good as they get. Probably South Shaftesbury, Vermont. I sold this clock about 20 years ago. The doctor is moving to Florida, so it's got to go. So 5,000 would be pretty easy money for it. $5,000. Anybody like me for 5? $3,000 and start it. Anybody like me for 3,000? $2,000 is where? $2,000. Anybody like me for 2,000? 2,000 is bid at $2,250. 2,000 is bid at $2,250. We go $2,250. Anybody want me for $2,250? $2,500. $2,500. We go $2,500. $2,750 now. 20. Now 3,000. $3,000, you're going to be 3, what do you go, 3,000, 3,250, or 3,500, I'm sorry. No, 3,250. 3,250 and 3,500 now. 35, going to go 35, 35 and 3,750. 30. Now 4,000. $4,000, we're going to go 4,000, 4,250. 4,250, Dan. You've got 4,250. 4,250 any advance, $4,000. $4,500, what do you 45, 4,750. 4,750, you've been $4,750. 4,750, now 5,000. $5,000, you're going to be 5,000, 5,500. $5,500, you're bidding 55. You're going to be $5,500, what do you go 5,500? Fair warning, 5,500, any advance on 5,000, 5,500, once, twice, one of those $5,000, the 525, the buyer 525. 101, New York, double panel mirror, attributed to Isaac Platt, about 1825, original gilding, and how much for it? How much for it? Somebody give me $1,000. $500 to get it going. Anybody want to be for 5? That'd be 5. We'll go 500. $300 to start it. Anybody like to be for 3? That'd be 3. Would you go $200 in? My goodness, 200, 225. How much?
500.
500. Thank you. And 550. 500 and 550. We go 550. 550 now 600. $600. We go 600. 600 now 650. 600 and 650. You're bidding 650. 600 is bid. 50, fair warning. Once, twice. $600 buys number
5147.
5147. Thank you. 102, an Astro lamp with the original shade and prisms. Electrified, but a lovely lamp. 6-inch opening at the base of the shade. And how much for this? Somebody give me about 400 for it. Should be hands in the air at 400, $300 for it. $200, anybody willing to leave the two, gonna be two. $100 and started, 100 and a quarter and a half, one and a half, when you go 150, you've got to be 150, 175, 175, now 200, 200, when you go 200, 170, 200, quarter, two and a quarter, two and a quarter, two and a half, when you go two and a half, it's going to be $250, 275, it's going to be 275, 250 is been $5, $250 buys, and I think both of you, number
1,000.
1,000 the buyer. 103 is probably one of the most successful pieces of furniture on the floor. Beautifully crafted Baltimore sideboard, serpentine front, beautiful inlay, great condition. How much for it? Somebody give me about $3,000, $2,000. Anybody like to me for two? We go 2,000. Where it started, $1,000. Anybody like it for $1,000? $500 is going to go in. 500 has been 550. 500 has been 550. What do you go 500?
Yeah.
550 now 600. $600. What do you go 600? 5.5 and 6. What do you go $600? It's going to be 600. 550 bid in $600. Anybody like it for 6? 550 bid in 600. 650. 650. What do you go 6?
Yes.
650. 700. 700.
Like
Beautiful 700. 700. 700. Back to you for 800.
Yes.
Back to you for 900,
Yes.
900, now 950. 950, we do 950, 900, 950, anyone else? $900 offered in 950. It's a beautiful piece of furniture. 950, fair warning. $900 buys number 549, the buyer, 549. 104, the watercolor by Cordelia Bridges. The birth and death dates are 1834 to 19. Resting on the beach. 500 for it. $500, anybody? 550. 500 and 550, we go $550. Anybody else like it for 550? Now 600. $600, we go 600 now 650. 600, 650 now 700. 750. 750, 800. 800, 850, 900. 900, 950, 950, 1000, 1000, 10. $1,100, getting 1,100, 1050.
12.
1,200, 1,300, 12 and 13, now 1,400. $1,400, we go 14, now 1,500. 14, 15, now 1,600. 15 has been 16, now 1,700. 17, now 1,800. 1,700 is 18, now 1,900. 19, now $2,000 is going to be 2, we go 2,000, now 2,250. $2,500 is offered at $2,750. Fair warning, 25 is bid at $2,750. What's twice? How it goes? 25.
997.
997 for 2,500. Small folio, American. This has to start at 250 and 300. Where do you go? 250 is bid in 3. Where do you go? $300. Anybody else like it for 300? 250, 300. 400. 350 is bid at $400. Going to be 4. Would you go $400? 400. 350 is bid at $400. Going to be 4. Would you go 400? Fair warning. Buys number 546. The buyer 546. Federal mahogany, very front. Means Albany, New York. Lovely, lovely great front. Unusual moments and millions. And how much for this lot? Somebody give me $2,000 for it. $1,000 is where? Anybody like to be in for $1,000? $500. 500 and started. Anybody like to be for 5? Going to be 5. We're going to be 5. We'll go $300 and get it going. 300. Thank you, sir. 350. 300 and 350. Would he go 350 now? 400. 400 now, 450. 400 is bid at 450. Would he go 450 now? 500. 500 now, 550. 500 and 550. Would he go 550 now? 600. 600 now, going to be 600. Yes. 600 now, 650. 650 now, 700. $700 is going to be 7. Would he go 7? 700. 700. Any advance on 650? 700. Fair warning. 700 now, 750. 750. Would he go 750 now? 50 now, 800. $800 going to be 8. Anyone else for 800? $800 done. You want to get in at 800? 750 bid at 800. 750 buys number
1010.
1010 the buyer. 1010. Bronze Grand Tour Edition Mercury. And someone give me about 500 for it. $500 going to be 5. Would he go 500? $300 for it. $200 get it going. 200. Thank you. 2 1/4. 200 has been 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4 and 2 1/4? 75. Get back at 275 now. 300. Now 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. Now 550. 550. You're bidding 550 now. 600. 550 is bidding 6. Would you go $600? Any advance elsewhere? 100. Once, twice. $550 to the phones. 531. 531. 108 is the Costa Art Glass Bottle Vase. And how much for it? Someone give me about 300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? $50 for it. 70. Now 80. 70 is bidding. Anybody like it for 80? $70 is bidding $80. Fair warning. 80 now 90. $80 is bidding 90. We put $90. $80 buys number
948.
948. Let's see. In case anybody's getting hungry. Okay, 109. 18th century tall clock after Peter Gill, Aberdeen, Scotland. This is also a working clock. Beautiful original. Wendt's pendulum. Everything is weighted. Like I said, working condition. How much for it? Someone give me about 2,000 for it. Our case, $1,000. $500 to start it. Anybody like to put 5? Going to be probably go 500. My goodness, 300 for it. $300. Anybody? 300. Thank you. 350 now. 400 now. 450. 450. Would you go 450? 400 is bidding 450. We've got $450. Would you go 450? 550, 500 and 550. 500 is bidding 550. Would you go 500? 550 now. 600 now. 650. 600 650. Would you go 600? I've got only $600 offered at 650. Would you go 650? Fair warning. 600 and 650. Once, twice. $600 does buy. Number 6 is it? 6. So thank you. 110, William Richardson Tyler. I love this painting. So it's a Rensselaer County landscape. And how much grit? Bidding has to start at 2,500 and 2,750 when you go. 2,500 is bidding 2,750 and 2,750 now 3,000. 3,000 is here. 3,250. 3,250, we go 3,250, 35, 4,000, 4,000, $4,000. You're going to be poor when you go $4,000. Anybody else for 4,000? 4,000. I've got 4,250. Will you go 45? 4,500. Anybody else for 4,500? I've got 4,250. 4,500. 4,250 is bidding 4,500. I've got 5,000. Would you go 5,250? $5,000 I have is 5,250. The book is out. $500. Would you go? $5,500 is going to be 55. Would you go $5,500? Anybody else like it for 5,500? I've got $5,000 bid, 5,500. 5250 buys it, number 525 divided, 525. 11, 5 pieces of salt paste, including a gaudy Dutch teapot, cup and saucer. Teapot has the interior line, and a sugar pot and or so. But I'll take $100 to open. Anybody like me for $100? $100. Anybody want 100's bidding 1 1/4. 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want me in for 125? 100's bidding 1 1/4. Would you go 1 1/4? Anybody want me in for 1 1/4? 100's bidding 1 1/4. $100 buys, number 225. The buyer 25. 112. 1780 American 4-drawer chest with OG bracket feet and a 2-board back. Great. So I'm giving about $1,500, but I'll take $500 to open. Anybody like me for $500? I'm going to go $300 to start it. $300, $200 for it. 250 is bid and 275 would go. 250 is bid and 275. 250 is bid and 275. 275. Anybody want me to 275? Under the money now at 250 and 275. And now 300. 300. Back at $300, you're going to be three, but for $300, anybody else put over 300? Fair warning, 275 and 300, once, twice, 275 buys, nice buy, number 2 buy. 113, 2 sterling silver child's mugs. These are all marked, no monogram. Beautiful.
Smallers.
Yeah, English. $300 for them, $200 for them. 200's bid, 200 to go. 200's bid, 200 to go. 225, 225, now 250. 250, 275, now 300. 75 is bid, 373 would go $300. Fair warning. 275 buys, number 27, the buyer, 27. Large set of china, including a punch bowl, casserole, tea set, open vegetable, 15 dinner plates, 12 soup bowls, 12 soup cups, 12 salads, 12 bread and butters, 12 underliners. Got 500 for them? 500, big set, Amari palette. $200 for the whole set. 200. Anybody like it for 200? $100 for that set of china. 150 is bid, 175. 150 is bid, 175. You're going to be 175. 175 is bid 2, now 2 1/4. 200 is bid 2 1/4. We go 2 1/4. Anybody like to give it 2 1/4? Anybody want to be for 1? $200 off or the 2 1/4. Fair warning. Yep. 2 1/4, 2 1/2 now. 2 1/2. Oh, 250 will go 2 1/2. I've got 225 offered in. 250, fair warning, once, twice, 250, 275, 275, 250, 275. Anybody else to 275? Anyone else want to scare me? 275, 250 and 275. Fair warning, once, twice, $250. Number 25, 115, classically fluted carved oak pedestal. Shown over there underneath the marble bust. And I should think 500 quick free, 500, $300 for it. Anybody like me for $300, $200? Anybody like it for $100? 100 bid, 1 1/4. Anybody want me for 1 1/4? 100 bid, 1 1/4. We go 125. 100 bid, 1 1/4. We go 125, 150, 175 now. 175. You bidding 175. 175, now 200, 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 275, now 300, now 350. Back to you for 350, I've got 3, 5 on the floor, and 350, we go 350. Fair warning, 300 and 350. Once, yep. 400, 400, now 450. 400 and 450, we go $450. Anybody else for 450? Fair warning. 400 and 450. $400 buys number 3131, the buyer. Don't come along every day. Portsmouth mahogany both front chest of drawers. It's pretty scruffy. You buy it as you see it. But after this is done up, it's going to be a sexy little girl. Somebody give me about, somebody give me 2,000 for it. 2250 and 25,000, 3250, 3,500, 3750, 4250, 4,500, 4750. Nate looking pleased with fun. 4,500 and 4750. Anybody else like it for 4750? There, once, twice. 4,500.
1019.
Nice table. Also, you can see a really antique. These photos, speaking of American brass castings, all of them nice condition, and I'm for it. $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $ Thank you. okay. One million dollars was a promise and yours. Grass on this water also out. See the condition, nice old. now $550. $500 and $550, $550, $550. $500 and $560 now $600. $600, $26. $600, $500 for grass, $500. Fair warning, 350 and 400, 350 buys, number
5884.
5884, 226, Robert Brackman, this is the female nude, $500 quick for it, 500,
Here,
sorry,
500.
500, 550, 600,
6.
650, 650 was going to be 650, 600, and 650, and 700. They like this better than apples and bananas. 700 and 750. $750. Anyone else for 750? I've got 700 off. 700 and 750. Down it goes. $700.
5884.
5884. 227. Robert Brackman, gentleman in an interior. Josh has got it over there. $500 quick for it. 500, $300 for it. Brackman painted a lot of important figures. I don't know who this gentleman is, but he certainly looks good. Going to give me a 200 for it. Thank you. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Five.
275.
And now 308. 300, we go 300, now 350. 350, now 400. $400, we go for it. 400, now 450. 400 and 450, bidding 450, now 500. $500, you've got to be 500. 450, bidding 5, bidding 500. Fair warning. It's the early 19. Antique, and how much for it? Someone can be about 400 for it, $200 for it, 100's bid, 1 1/4, and $200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2, 275, now 300, back to you with the 300, 350, 400, 400, now 450, 450, now 500, 500, now 550, now 600, $600, now 650, 650 and $700, you're bidding 700, now 750, 750, when you go 750, now 800, $800, you got 800, now 850. We'll get you number. $800 buys number 531, the buyer, 531. 229, pair of art pottery vases. These are signed Bill Nancy, or Elaine Nancy. Mine are crazy on them, but I have 100 to open and 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 125? 100, been 1 1/4, now a half, gonna be 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 75. 175, now $200, gonna be 2, would go 200, 200, 2 1/4, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Anybody like 2 1/2 and 75? 275, gonna go 275, 250, and 275 now. $300, gonna be 300 now 350. All on the internet, 300, 350, now 400. 350's bid and $400, what do you go for? 400, now 450. 450, now 500. $500, you're gonna be 500 for 550. 500 and 550, what do you go? $550. 500 and 550. Down it goes, $500.
1098.
1098, thank you. Sheep in a stable. Esca Pisani, 1904, dedicated in 1918. Someone give me about 500 for the Italian sheep. Elsewhere, anybody like to give the 3, number 3, we go $200's been 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4, we go 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. 275, yes. 275, now 300, now 350. 250, now 400, now 450. 450, now 500, now 550. $750, we go $750. $700, number 10 on the aisle, number 10. Thank both of you. 231, two 18th century English polychrome Delft plates. One from the Gauthier collection, renowned collection of early Delft. Inch diameter, and a little bit of interest in these. They open at 175. Anybody like for 175? 150's been 175. We're going to be 175. 175, and now $200. It's going to be $200. Anybody like for 200? 175 buys number 41. Lake George, signed E.L. Rice. 150's been 170. 450 and now 500. 450 and now 500. $500 is going to be 500, now 550. 500 spin is 550. When you go $550 in. 500 and 550. When you go $550. Anybody else like it? 550 now. 600. Back to you for 600, Dan. $600 is going to be 600. I've got 550 on the internet. $600 is going to be 600. 550 and 600. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550, Sarah.
45.
43.55. Thank you. 233 is a Sheraton drop-arm sofa with reeded legs. Wonderful sofa. I put it in at a very low pre-sale estimate because it is going to need upholstery, and I know how expensive that is. But it's a lovely sofa, Boston, I'm sure. And how much for it? $300 for it. Anybody like $100 to start it? 200, thank you. And 200, where do we go? 200 been 2 1/4, now a half. 2 1/2, where do you go? 2 1/2 and 2 7. 400, 450, 500, 500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 700, 650 been $700. You gotta be 700. 6 1/2 and 7, you gotta be $700. Anyone else for 700? $650. Number 6, the wire. 6, 2, 2, 3, 4. A 16-inch handle New York State basket. Both of them in green paint. Both of them out of the same attic. Nice Hudson Valley. Somebody can be 300 for them. 300. 300. 350. We go $350. Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. We go $350. Anybody want to get for 350? 300 and 3. Fair warning. 300 and 350. $300, Nate.
350.
350 now 400. Give him a chance. $400 is going to be 4. We go 400 now 450. 400 and 450. We go $450. It's going to be 450. 400 and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice. $400 your way, Nate.
1100.
1100. 5 pieces of dark blue statuture, including a fruit bowl, teapot, 2 sugar pots, and a cup and saucer. And the bidding starts at $150 and $175 will go. 150's bid in 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 and 175 will be 150 and 175. 5. Once, twice. Fair warning. 150 and 175.
Yep.
175. Now 200. The book is out. $200 going to be 2. We go 200. Anybody else for 200? 175 and 2. $200 going to be 200. 175 and 200. Fair warning. Once, twice. 200. 175 buys. Number
1101.
1101. Ship around a ship aground. That's supposed to say. Martha's Vineyard attributed to C.H. Gifford, Charles Henry. And I should think $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. 500, thank you, and 550. 500 good and 550. When you go $550, 550 now 600. 600 now 650, Barbara. 650, back to the phones for 650, now 700, Nate. 750, would you go 750, now 800. $800, you gotta be, would you go $800, Nate? Oh, 750 bid at 800. 800, fair warning, once, twice. 750 buys, 533 the buyer. 7 Abraham Lincoln, this is an inauguration broadside by Francois Boucher. It's a chromolithograph print, published inauguration, depicting all of the presidents up to and including 500 for it. $500, 25, we go 500, $300 for it. 350 and 400. 350 and 4, got me over to $400, anybody like me for 400. 350 bid and 4, we go $400, anybody like me for 400, 350 and 400. Buys number
1102.
1102. Federal wire-based New York candlestand, the best wood. Wonderful mahogany, the likes of which you will never for it. Somebody give me about, I would think $500, $200 for it. And we're like at 200, 200 is bid, 2 and a quarter. 200 is bid, 2 and a quarter, got me 225, 225, 250, 250 maybe. 75, 275, we're gonna go 275, now 300. Back to you for 300, now 300. Now 400. $400, you got to be forward with $400. Anybody else for 400? 350 bid and 4. 350 bid and 400. Once, twice, $350. Buys it number 531. The buyer 531. 239. And $500 for it. $200 for that first one. Shown over there. $200 and deliver $200. $100 and get it going. $100. 100 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 175, $200, $200 got to be 200,
Yes.
200, now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, for you, 2 and a half, 2
Yes.
275, you got to be 275, 250 bid, 275, 275, now 300, 300. $400, the internet is out. $400, I've got $350 on the phones and $400. Fair warning, $350 and $400. Out of those, $350 buys. Number 547, the buyer, 547. Thank you. Watercolor theorem, basket of front porch, 1849, November 11th, 1849. Beautiful lemon gold. Somebody give me about 500 and 550, what do you go? 500 and 550, it's going to be 550 and 50. 550 and 600. 550 bid at 6, what do you go? $600, going to be 60. Sure. 550 and 60, going to be $600. Anybody like it for 600? 5 and a half and 6. Fair warning. Once, twice. $550 buys number
948.
938.
948.
948. House, again, beautifully, crisply carved. I'm sure New York, about 1820, 1830, and $300 for it. It's your period, John. $100 for it. $100. Anybody like it for 100 bid? 1 and a half and 175. 175, 150, 175. Anyone else for 175? 175 now, $200. Then you go 200, 175 and 2. 175 and 2, got to be 2, when you go 200, gone. 175 buys, number
991.
991, 242. Ivory Field Persian area rug, lovely, on the floor over here, and $500 quick for it, 500. $200 for it, 200, 200. Going to be forward to 400. 450. 400 and 450. Get it back. 400 on Nate and 450. Once, twice, fair warning. $400 bonds, number
1106.
1106. 243, Copeland Spode dinner service for 8 with platters, 51 pieces and extra. $350, now 400, I got 400, now 450. You've got me 450, 400, 450, would you go $450? Anybody else for 450? I've got 400 and 450, would you go $450? Fair warning, $400. Bonds number 13, buyer 13, next lot. New York City Federal Classic Mahogany Service, shown in the back of the room over there. Original wooden poles, and $500 for these. $500, $200 for it.
450.
What?
450.
500. 450's bid and $500. Anybody like to be for 500? Now 550. 500 and 550. We go 550. Anybody? 550, 500 and 550. Fair warning. 550 now 600. $600 now 650. 600 and 650. We go 650 now 700. Anybody like for 7? 650's bid at 700. 650 buys. Number
919.
919. 245. Echo. A view of the Mohawk near Schenectady. View of the Mohawk River near Schenectady. 500 to open. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like to for 3? Would you go 300? My goodness, $200. Thank you. 200. Anybody want to leave for 200? 200 bid and 200 bid, so 240 now 2.5, 275. 275. 275. 275 and 350. 350, we go 350 now. $400 gonna be 400.
Yep.
400 now 450. 450, we 400.
Yep.
450 now 500. You see anybody waving, bring it to my attention. All right? You sit right up here. 450 and 500. 450 is good and 500 now 550. 550, we go 550. 500, 550. We're at 500.
I have 5.
500, 550, Dan. You've got to be 550. 500, 550, now 600. $600. 550 minutes, $600. Anybody like to do it for 6? 600, now 650. 650, what do you go, 650? On the phones, 600 and 650. $600 buys number
956.
956. Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful rug, beautiful palette. And $500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it.
250.
250 and 275 and 300. You've got to be 300. 5 is good and 3. You've got to be 3. But you got $300. 270 for 300. Now 350. Now it's going to be 4. When you go $400, it's going to be 400. $400 is going to be $400. Anybody else for 400? Yes for 4. Now 450. 400 and 450. Now 500. $500. You're getting 500. 450 is bid 5. You're going to be 500 to $500. Anybody else for 500? 450 is bid 500.
Yep.
500. Now 550. 500 and 550. When you go $550, you're going to be 550, 500 and 550. $500 buys number
1109.
1109. 247. Semi-antique Caucasian. Very good condition. Tubed on the back, so it actually was probably hung on the wall through the tube. Somebody give me about, I should think, $800 for it, 500, 300, $200 for it.
250.
How much?
250.
250 and 270. 400, $400 going to be 40. 400 and 450, now 500 to you. 5, 450 bid and 500, you can be covered. 5, 450 bid and 500. 500. Fair warning, 450 and 500. Number 4. Half-Shar area rug. Beautiful rug. And someone give me $1,000 for it, 500 for it. $500 gonna be 500, gonna be 500, gonna be 500, $300 for it. $300, 300 bid, 350, what do you go? 300 and 350, we gotta be $350. Anybody else for 350? 350 now, 400. 350 bid and 400. What do you go for? What do you go? $400. Anybody else like it for 400? 400 now, 450. 400's bid and 450. What do you go? $450. Anybody like 450 now, 500. $500 gonna be 5. What do you go? 500 now, 550. 500 and 550. What do you go? $550. 550 now, 600. $600. What do you go? 550 bid and $600. Anybody like it for 6? 550 bid and 600. Fair warning. 550 and 600 once, twice. $550.
5689.
5689. 2. 450. 400 is bid and 450. What do you go for? 550. 550. What do you go? 550. 500 and 550. Anybody else for 550? I've got 500 here. 550. What do you go? $550. Anybody like it? $500 here. Number 4, the buyer 4. 250. Well, antique. $500 quick for it. 500. $300 for it. Anybody like it for 300? 200. Or 2.5. 2.5. You've got to be 2.5. Or bid of 2.5. That's your money. 2.25. 2.5. Fair one. 2.5. 275 now. Oh, it's gonna be 3. What do you go? $300. It's gonna be 300. Anybody else for 3? Fair warning. 275 buys. Number 30. The buyer 30. 250. 260. That long run, very good condition. What? 250. Quick for it. 200's bid and 2.25. Anybody want to be 2.25? 2's bid and 2.25. 2.25 is going to be 2.25. Fair warning. 200 and 2.25. Wow. $200 buys. Number 18. The buyer 18. Antique Caucasian rug and $300 for it. 300. $200 for it.
200.
What?
200.
200 and 2.25. Anybody like 2.25? 200 bid and 225. 200 bid and 2.25. That'd be 2.25. We'll go 225. Anybody like to be for 2.25? $200 away. Number
5776.
5776. Early 20th century room size Harry. 100 and 350. 100's bid and 350. We go $350. Anybody like it for 350? 300 and 350. We go $300 buys. Number 404. Island board, Ralph Shaw Fire Room, Sand Dunes, 1935. And $300 for it. $300. $200 for it. Anybody like me for 2? $100 on that painting. Anybody like it for $150? Anybody like it for 90? 80 and 90. $80 buys, Nate.
I got 90, sorry.
90. Oh. Anybody would like to be? Anybody want for 100? $90 buys. Number
1116.
1116. 5. Folks, this is Marty. He's been helping me out lately. Allier, area rug, even pile, overcast selvage edges, lovely little rug, $500 for it. Field is covered with bocas. $200 for it. Anybody like to be able to? Got me $100. Thank you. 1.25, 1.5, 1.5 and 75. 175 and 175. Now 200, 2.25. 2.25. We can go 2.25. 200's bid 225. Anybody 2.25, 2.5. Quarter, 2.5. 2.25 buys. Number
11 1114.
1114, 256, selling antique or carpet. And, 600 and 650, any interest at 700, it's gonna be 750, 900, when you go 850. Out, 800 bid, 850, 900, 900, 950, back to 950, 950, 1000. Those credits would go 10, 11, 1200, 8, you'll have to be 1200. Goes out 10, 1200, 1300, back to you, Kenneth, for 1300. $1,400, you go 14, that's 14, now 1,500. Those are gonna be 15, 14 and 15, and bidding 15. Fair warning, 14 and 1,500, once, twice. $1,400, Nate, for the number.
1117.
1117, 250. Gene Smith, cows in the pasture, oil and canvas. 500, but I'll take 200 to open. Anybody like to be? 2.5, 2.5, where do you go 2.5? 5, now 300.
Yeah.
300, now 350, now 400. 400, what do you go 400? 400, $400, anybody else for 400? 350's bid at 400. Fair warning, once, twice, $350, number 34, the buyer, 34. 250. Applique hand stitch quilt, very nice condition. Opens at 200 and 2 1/4 when you go.
350?
350, and never, and 400. 350 and 4, gotta be 400 and 400, grab the other end of that with 400, gotta be 400, $400, and 400, now 450. 400 and 450, gonna go $450, anybody like it for 450? 450, we go $450, anyone like it for 450? Fair warning, once, twice, $400 buys, number
1119.
1119. 9, cobalt blue and white hand stitch quilt. Dollars for this one? 300, 200, 200, $100.
I have 200.
You have 200, so why? You get 2
I have
1/4.
250.
250, 275. 250's been in 275, when you go 275, now $300, it's gonna be 3, when you go 300. Everything 300, now 350. 300 and, anybody else for 350, 300?
350.
350, now 400. $400 gonna be 4, when you go $400, 3.5 and 4. 4, now 450. 400 and 450, now 500. $500 gonna be 5, gonna be 5, we go $500, 4.5, and bid 5. Fair warning, $450, buys number
3312.
3312. 40 Dutch soft-faced English teapot and plate, cup and saucer. I tell you, this stuff used to be so popular. The collector base just isn't there anymore. This is real lovely, lovely, gaudy, very, very difficult. Somebody giving about $200 on the lot, 200, $100.
$100.
100's bid, 1 1/4. 100's bid, 1 1/4, we go 1 1/4, anybody else for 125, 100's bid, 1 1/4. 175, we go 175, 150, and 175.
175.
And now 200, 200, now 2 1/4. 200's bid, 2 1/4. 200's bid, 2 1/4. Fair warning, 200 and 2. Down it goes, $200 number.
5756.
5756. 61. Of Vermont. A tiger maple trimmed out in mahogany sideboard back there. 48 inches tall, not counting the backsplash. $1,000 for it. $500. Very classy piece of furniture. W.R.Tyler made for $500, $300 for it, and 400 would go. 300 and 350 and $400 going to be 400 and 450. 450 would go 450 and 500 on Ken. 550 Dan. 550 and 600 would go 600 now 650. 100. 700. 700 Ken. 700. Now 800. $800 Ken. You've got to be 800. Now 850. 8. Now 900. $900 when you go 9. 900 now 950. 950 when you go 950. Now 1000. $1,000 going to be 10 when you go $1,000 now 1100. $1,100. $1,200 going to be 12 when you go $1,200. 11 12. Anybody else for 1200? 11 is 12. 1200. $1,100. Five, somebody. 562. 562. 262, oil on canvas, sheet by the bay, probably Nelson Moore, signed in distinctly. And 750 and $800. 750 bid and 800. 850, you've got to be 900. $900 when you go 9, Barb. $900 is going to be 9. 850 bid at 900. 950, you've got to be 1000. $1000 going to be 10 when you go $1,000. 950 bid at 10, you've got to be 10 when you go $10. Anybody else like it for 1000? 950 and 10. 1,000. I have 1100. When you go 12, I have 11. When you go $1,200, you got to be 12. When you go $1,200, anybody else like it for 1200? Well, fair warning. $1,000 on bid number 559 the fire. 559. 263. There we go again. David. Okay, 263 is the onyx pedestal. Onyx pedestal shown over there where Josh was. It's the one with the mums on it. Somebody give me about $300 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like to give it two? Got to be two when you go 200. $100. Thank you. And 1 1/4. 100 bid and 1 1/4. 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 when you go 150. 150 when you go $150. You're going to be 150. Now 175. 175. Now 200 is on Kenneth. 2 1/4, sir. 2 1/4. Seated when you go 2 1/4. You're going to be 225. I've got 200. At
225.
225. Now 250, Ken. 250. You've got to be $250 when you go 250. 250. $250. Anybody like it for 250? 250. Now 275. 275. We're going to go 275. 250's bid at 275. You're bidding 275. Anyone else for 275? 250 and 275. 250 and 275. $250. Shout it out, Jimmy. 520. 520. Thank you. Lot 264. I love this print. City of Troy. The side wheel of the City of Troy. And it's illuminating Grant's tomb coming out of Manhattan. Being passed by the paddle boat Saratoga, going north. Published by Charles Hart on VC Street. VC Street is also the was a location where Michael Allison had his workshop. And $500 for that. Anybody like to be for $500? $200 for it. Anybody like it for $200? $100 for it. My goodness. 100's bid and 1 1/4. 100's bid and 1 1/4. When you go 125, anybody like it for 1 1/4? Now a half. 1 1/2. You've got to be 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 175. Anybody who collects Troy. Anybody who collects Troy would love it. 175. 175. We're going to go to 175. Anybody like it for 175, 150, and 175? 150 buys number
1121.
1121. Thank you. 5 large folio Hudson River A-liner promo, lithograph in an oak frame. And bit of interest in this. It opens at 200 and 2 1/4 when to go. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650. Now, 650's bidding $700, what do you go? 650's bidding 700, anybody else for 700? 650's bidding 700, now 750, now 800. $800, what do you go? 800, 750's bidding $8. Anybody else for 800, now 850, now 900. $900, what do you go? 900, 850's bidding 900. 850 and 900, once, twice, $800. That's by number 9, the buyer 9. 266 is the Edwardian inlaid mahogany revolving bookcase. $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200 to 2 1/4? 200 bid 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, and now 300, 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650. 600, bidding 650, we're gonna go $650. Anyone else for 650? $600. For the buyer, 24. Oil on canvas signed E. Bear. This is a Parisian street bear who was a 19th century French artist. Great. And someone give me about $1,000 for it. I'm gonna be 500, go to 300. $300 for it, 200. Only like this painting. $100. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. 200's been 2 1/4 when you go 220. Anybody like it at 250? 250 has been in 275. 250 has been 275, now 300. $300 is gonna be 3, when you go $300, anybody? My buys number
1036.
1036. Early Delft, including a 14 charger, 10 3/4 inch Delft jar, 3 early plates, one with a chip and one with a repair. And how much for this lot? We've got a little interest in it. It has to open at 150 and 175. 150's been 175. I've got 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/2? 2 1/4 is bid in 2 1/2. Would you go 2 1/2? Anybody else like it for 2 1/2? 75. 250's bid in 275. 75. Anybody like me for 275? 250's bid in 275. You gotta be 275. 250's bid in 275. There's nice early 18th century ware. 275. Fair warning. Once, twice. $250 your weight number.
4960.
4960. 29, Susanna Stuttle, 1840 sampler, probably Lawrence, Massachusetts. Great, 500. 500, 2 1/4, anybody like the 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2? Well, it's gonna be 3, when you go $300, I've got 3 ahead of you, when you go 3 1/2. 400, 400, you've got to be 400 now, 350's bid at 4, you're gonna be 400 to $400. Anyone else for 400 now, 450, 450 now, 500, 500, you've got to be 500, 450's bid at 500. Anybody else like it for 500, 4 1/2 and 5? $450, the weight number?
946.
946. 19. That cabinet, I believe.
Right there,
Ms. Bell has it, bring it up. Thank you very much, sir. And $500 for it, $200 for it. Anybody like to make it 200, $100 and start it at 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4, when you go 1 1/4, anybody do 1/4 now. 1 1/2, when you go 1 1/2, 1 1/4 is bid in 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is bid in 1 1/2, fair warning. 1 1/4 buys.
5100.
5100. 1, watercolor theorem on paper, still life with glitter, compote, and fruit. Now, let's just remove this from the frame and take a look at it. We believe that it's fairly contemporary. All right, it is not an antique. Terrific theorem. I think that it's a dead ringer for the one in the Abbey. Somebody give me about $300 for it. 300, 200 for it, 200, thank you, 2.25, 2.5, 275, and 300, $300, 300, now 350, 350 would go $350, and you've got 50, $300 buys it, number
1124.
1124, 272. And somebody be about 500 for it, 500, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for two, gotta be two, when you go 200, $100 you go, $100 for that chest on frame, $100, anybody else for $100, $100, 50, 100, 100's bid, 1.25, 100's bid, 1.25, you go 1.25, anybody like to change to 1.25, 100, $100,
5233.
5233, 23. Regency period. Mother of pearl inlay tea caddy, double brim tea caddy. And 100's bid, 1.25. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bid, 1.25. What do you go 125? 150. 150. What do you go 150? 150. 175. 175. 150's bid, 175. Any advance on 150? 175. $150 buys it, number
1003.
1003, 274. Jervis McEntee, oil and canvas along the esopus, signed with a cartouche, titled and signed, and it has provenance of James Wendt. Wendt was an art dealer in Albany in the 19th. Original frame, and how much for it? $1,035. $500, $32.50, we go 30, 32.50, 3,500, 3,500, 37.50, 42.50, 42.50, 4,500, 47.50. Back to you for 47.50. You've got me 4,750. 5,000, 52.50. 52.50, when you go 52.50, 5,500, 57.50. 57.50, the book is out. 57.50, $6,000. Anybody else for 6,000? The 57.50 bids, $1,000. Anybody like to be in for 6,000? Fair warning, 57.50 and 6,000. Once, twice. 57.50 buys. Number 516, is it? 516, the buyer. 19 Chinese bowl with 9 figures surrounding the dragons. Got a little interest, it opens at $50. 60 and 70. I've got $80, $90. Anybody like it for 90? $80 is big, $90, now 100, 100, 1.25, 1.25, Kenneth, 1.25. One and a half, when you go 1.5, anybody else for 1.5? 1.5, 1.25 buys, number 517. 19th century American adjustable shaving stick. There's a little separation in the heart, but still awfully cute thing. $500 for it, $200 for it. $100 and $100. Show them right there, Josh is showing you. $50. Thank you. 60, 50 and 60, $70 and 70 and 80, $90 and $100, 100 and 1.25, 1.5, 1.5. When you go 1.5, yes. 1.5, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5 and 75, 175, 150, 175. Anyone else for 175? $150. To the phones, 551, 511. Italian landscape with ruins. I believe that in Italy, probably the Alps that you see in the distance. How much for it? Somebody give me, it's got to open at 900 and 950.
1,100?
1,100. I have 12. Would you go 1,300? I've got 15. Would you go 1,600?
16.
16 is bid, and the book is out. 16 is bid, $1,700, now $1,800. $1,800. This is unsigned, but it's either a McEntee or a gift. 1,900, now 2,000. $2,000, you've got to be $2,500. When you go $2,500, you're going to be $2,500, $2,250, bid at $2,500. Anybody else for $2,500? 2,500 with the hammer, 2,750. 2,750 bid at 3,000. Fair warning, once, twice. 2,750 buys, number
1129.
1129. Thank you. 278 Mayor George III Chippendale Child's Chairs with a little 12-inch seat height. They're awfully cute, and they are periods. I'm going to give you about $300 for the two of them. $300, $200, $100 for them both. Anybody like me for $100? $50 for them. $50 going to be 50. Thank you. 75, 50, and 60. 50 and 60. When you go $60, anybody like for 60? 50 bid at $60. Anybody like for 60? $50. Number? Huh?
27.
27. 27. Thank you. 2 polychrome belt charges with repairs. The larger. And 150 would you go? $125 is bid, and 150 would you go? 150. Anybody like it for 150? 150, 175. 150 is bid, 175 would you go? 175. Anyone else for 175? 150, 175. 150 buys. Number 270, 280. Jervis McEntee, spruce oil on canvas, and his title on the back. And it's mounted on acid-free board, but they left a window, so title. And 100.
I have 3,000.
3,000, that's better. 3,250. 3,000 bid at 3,250. Would you go 3,250? 3,000's bid at 3,250. 3,250 and 3,500. 3,750. Back. 3,750 and 4,000. 4,000. 4,250. 4,250. Would you go 4,250? 4,250. Would you go 40? 4,250 and 4,500. 45. 4,750 now. 4,750. The phones are both out. 4,750. Would you go 4,750 on Barbara? 4,750. 5,000. 52. 5,500. 5,500 on bar, 56,000, 60. 6,500, 7,000, 7,000, 500, 7,500, 7,000 bid, 7,500, now 8,000. $8,000, when you go 8,000, 7,500 is bid, $8,000, 75 and 8,000. 7,500 buys, number 516, the buyer 516. The left one pair of overtop spade foot. $300 quick for those. $300, $200 for them. Anybody like them for 200? 150 has been 175 now. 200, 225. 225, 2.5, 275. 275. You gonna be 275? 275, and now 300. 500,
Yes.
500, 550, $600, we go 600, 650, undaunted, we go into the night, 850, 900, $900, you've got to be 950, when you go 950, 900, 950, anybody else for 950, 900 and 950. $900 buys, number 519. 519. 282, early hand-colored colonial map of New England. Austrian, maybe? No, this, I think maybe Belgian. This one is Belgian, by a Belgian cartographer. It's kind of fun to look at what they thought they would look like topographically. Somebody give me $500 for it, quick.
I have 450.
450,
3250.
3,250. That's good, mate. That's good. 3,500 anyway. Show off. 3,500. 3,250's bid at $3,500. Anybody else for 3,500? 3,250 bid at 3,500. Fair warning. 3,250 and 3,500. 3,500. 3,750. What do you go? 3,750. 3,750. What do you go? 30. Fair warning. Once, twice. 3,500 buys. Number
1121.
1121. Thank you. 283, 1730, hand-colored map of New England printed in Augsburg of New York by Perry. 600, 600, and 600 and 700. Anybody want colors? 700 and 750. 700 is maybe 750. What do you go 750? Anybody else like it for 750? 750 now 800. $800 for the $800. Anybody like it for 800? 750 been $8. Anybody like it for 8? What a difference, huh? 800. Fair warning. 750 and 800. 750 buys number
3750.
3750. Okay, 284. 3 pieces of lacy sandwich glass. Gothic arch covered box. I had Jack Wistance bought for me. That's a long time ago. Very rare piece of glass. And somebody gave me $300 for it. $100 for it. 200. Room 200. 200 been 200. Anybody like to be for 225? 2 is bid 225. 2 is bid 225. We're going to go 225. Anybody like for 225? $200 your way number.
963.
963. Next lot. 285. 18th century continuous arm Windsor with bulbous turnings. One is a brace back. And dollars for the pair of them. $300, $200 for the 2 chairs. Anybody?
150.
150 and 175. Anybody like it for 175? 175 now $200. Gonna be we go 200. 200 now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. We go 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 75. 275 now 300. $300. You're getting 3. Gonna be 100. 300. 350. 350. When you go 350. Now 400. $400 you've got before. 400. 400 now 450. 450. When you go $450. Anybody else for 450? $400 buys number
4960.
4960. 286. Early glass. Glass cup plates, open salts. Fair small jar. There's 20 pieces in the lot. Somebody give me about, I've got some inches, 400 for it, 300.
Take 950.
I would take 950. 950 and $1,000. 950 and 1,000. When you go $1,000, anybody like me for 1,000? 950's been $1,000. Anybody like me for $1,000? 950 and 1,000. 950 your way. Number
1133.
1133. Okay, 287, 3 Gordon Grant pencil-sized nautical prints, the largest 17 by 20, and somebody give me $200 for this lot. $200, $100 for this lot. Gordon Grant, National Academy Artist, $100, $50 for this lot. $20.
Yes.
20 and 30. 20 and 30. 40, 70, 40, 40 now 50. 50 now 60, now 70, now 80. 80 now 90, 90 now 100, $100, 100, half, 1.5, when you go 1.5, 1 and a quarter is bigger than 1.5. Anybody like it for 1.5? Fair warning, 1.5, 1 and a quarter by. Higher, lacy sandwich glass, including a rectangular constitution. large plates and 4 small plates. So there's 9 pieces in the lot, and $300 for this lot. $100. 150 and 175. Anybody like 175, 150? Bobby, let me 175. $150 buys number.
1133.
Very good. 1846 sampler by a 10-year-old Harriet Heichtwise. Frame. And bidding has 500, 550, what do you go? 500, I have in 550, what do you go? $550, anybody like for 550? 500 has been 550, what do you go? $550, anybody want to give for 550, 500 and 550? $500, the big card, 545, 545, Josh. Maple 2-drawer stand fronts, kind of nice. Somebody give me about 500 for it. $200 for it. Anybody like me for 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 275, 275, 270 and 300 and 350, 350 and 400 and 400. What do you go? 400, 350 bid and $400 back to the codes for 400 and 450. 500 and 550. 550, we go 550 now, 600, 600, 600, you bidding 600, 550, 600, now 650, 650, we go $650, you bidding, now 700, back to you for 700, fair warning, 650 and 700, once, twice, 655, number 26, is it? 26. 291, luminous tropical landscape in the manner of Louis Minier. It is unsigned, but a lovely painting, really. $300 for it. Anybody like it? 300 tropical landscape for 200. 200, thank you. Quarter, 2 and a half, 275. He goes out on the internet, 275. On the floor, you've got to be $350. Anybody else for 350? 350. Now 400. Now 450. 450, 400, and 450. Fair warning. 400 and 450. Once, twice, 400. Price number 6, the buyer, 6. 290. Lot with wooden works, weights and pendulum are present. 2. And $500 for it. 500, $300 for it. 300, yes. 300, $200 for it. Anybody like to pay for $200, $100 and get it going? 100 bid and 1 and a quarter. 100 bid and 1 and a quarter. Would you go 1 and a quarter? Anybody else for 1 and a quarter? 100 bid and 125. $100. John, number 1, buyer 1. 2. Pine trees in a cemetery. This nice cheer up a child for. Somebody give me about 300 for it. 200, $100 for it. 100 bid and 1 and a quarter. 150, would you go 150, would you go 150, 1 and a quarter, bid 1 and a half, anybody else for 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter? Fair warning, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter. 15, 1 5. Carousel horse, an original Hart bait knowledge. It is from a Ringling Brothers circus carousel. And for the last 50 years, it has lived in a barber shop in Ohio. Well, the uncle, who was a barber, passed away, and this was shipped east. And it has to go, so how much? About $1,000 for it. $500 for the carousel horse. Anybody like to give 500? 300, thank you. And 350, where do you go? 300 and 350, where do you go? $300. Anybody like it at 350? 300. Anybody like it at 350? 300 and $300 for waiting number?
5667.
5667. 18th century maple top button foot tea table, New England. And how much for it? Somebody give me about $500 for it, $300 for it. Anybody like to give me 200, 100, 300, 350, 300 bid at 350. What do you got? $350. Anybody else like it? 350 now? 408. You've got to be 400. 350 bidding for. 350 bidding for. You got to be $400. Fair warning. 400. 350 buys. Number 527. Thank you. I like this painting very much. I think it's very nicely done. It does have a little damage, I think. The cleaning lady sprayed it with something, and you got a little loss there. But that could be easily fixed by a professional. Somebody give me about 400 for it. $100 for it. 200, thank you, and 2 1/4. Where'd you go? 200 has been 2 1/4. Anybody like the 2 1/4? 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Where'd you go? 2 1/2. What was bigger than 2 1/2? 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275 now. Well, it's 275 bar. 270, now 300. 300, get back at $300. It's gonna be 3. What do you get? $3. Anybody else for 3? 300. 275 buys. I'm sorry, it's gone. Number 553 is it?
Number?
553.
Get that, Gary?
290. Ship is an anchor, so 650, we go. 600 is bidding 650, 650. 700, 750, 750, 800, 800, 850, 900, 900, 950, 1000, 1000, 1000, 1100, 11. You're out in the back. You're out in the back. 1100, fair warning. Yep. Sold, $1,000. Big card 416, 416. Grandin, oil and canvas, portrait of a girl. Provenance Grandin Library Collection. In 1917, she exhibited at the Memory Show. She was one of the few fame with Robert Henry, and she's Mary Chase, so she's a very qualified artist. How much for it? Somebody give me about 2,000 for it. Anybody like me for 1,000? I've got 500 bid and 550. We go. 500 bid and 550. We go 5.5. Anybody like me for 5.5? 500 bid and 550. We go 500, 550, and 600. You've got to be 600 now. 550 bid and $600. Where do you go? 600. 600 now. 650. 650. You're getting 650. 50, 600, 650 now. 700. 700. 650 is bid at $700. Anybody else bid for 700? 650 is bid at 700. Fair warning. 650 and 700. 600. Buys number 554. 554. 299. Period. 18th and early 19th century brass candlesticks. And $500 for these. 500. $200 for them. Anybody like? $100 and get them on the road. 100 where? Anybody like me for $150? Thank you. And 60, 60 and 70 and 80 and 90, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 175, 150, 175, 175. I have 175 ahead of you. You've got to be 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2. 275, you're getting 275 now. 300, 300. Anybody else for 350, 350? $300 buys number
5100.
5100, 300 now. Early 18th century. 12 1/4 inches wide when it's closed. Somebody give me 500 for it. $100 a square.
250.
250 has been 275. Anybody like for 275? 250 has been 275.
Hermosa.
275, yes. 270. $300 gonna be three. Would you go $300? Anybody like it for 300? $300 gonna be three. Would you go $300? 275 buys number
5856.
5851. Indian temple pattern tureen and underplate by Ridgeways, shown in the middle of the. $100 for it. $100. Anybody like dollars? $50. Anybody like me for $50? $50 now 60. Would you go $60? Anybody like for 60? 50 is bid at 60. $50. Thank you for it. Your number, please.
1101.
1101. 302. Dyer. Watercolor and washes is G. Stewart's garden. And that's Anthony Dyer, 1872 to 1943. Then he has to start 300 to have him 350 with 350. I have 400. Would he go 450? 400 is here and 450, 450 and 500. The book is out. 450 bid 500 and 550. 550, would he go $550? 550 now 600. $600, would he go 600? 5.5 and 6. 5.5 is bid and 6, would he go $600? Anybody else like it for 600? 600 is bid and 650, would he go 650? Anybody like 600 and 650? Fair warning. 600 and 650. Sold. $600 bonds number
956.
956. 20 framed group of 12 hand-cut silhouettes and $200 down low to start it off.
400.
400 bid. 500.
500.
500 and 550 and 600. 550 bid at 600. 550 buys number 18 the buyer. 18. Walnut low boy. Kind of nice. And some for $500, gonna be 500. I think there's a restoration to one leg. 500, three. See, no other auctioneer does that. 300, $200 for it.
200.
Or anybody like for 2.25, 200. Or 200 is bid 2.25. $200 buys number
5856.
5856 305. Tom, driving home the shepherd. Oil and canvas, James Crawford Tom, 1835 to 1898. Lovely painting and nicely framed. And $500 quick for it. 500 should be hands of the year at 500. $300 for it. $300 for the shepherd painting. Anybody like to be? Any interest in this? 100. Bad. Passing this lot at 200. 306. Sure you can hang out a little more. See you later. I did see you, yeah. Okay. Okay, 8 pieces of staffing. 2 platters, 6 plates, and I've got, it opens at 200 and 2.25. Would you go? 200 bid and 2.25. Anybody like to be for 2.25, 2.5? 2.5 would go 2.5. I've got for 2 platters. 2.5 would go 2.5. Anybody like it for 2.5? 2.25 bid and 2.5. Fair warning, 2.5. 2.25 buys number
1101.
307. 3 cast iron doorstops, 2 basket of flowers and a black cat. $300 for this lot. 300, 200, $100 for it. $100. Anybody like it, bro? $50. Thank you for the number.
1000.
1,000. Thank you. 308. Martin. The defeat. Bullshit. And $500 quick for it. 500, $200 for it. Anybody like it for 200? You gotta be 200, it's gotta be 200, $100 and go. $100 and start at $50 as well. 50 and 60, 50 and 60. We'll go 70, 60 and 70. Anybody else with $60 for certain number 6, 309. 1835 glazed door, top mahogany corner cover. And a $500 quick for it. $500, $200 for it. $200 for that entire corner cover. Anybody? $100. 100's been 1 1/4. 100's been 1 1/4. When you go 1 1/4, anybody else for 1 1/4? $100. Number one, the buyer. 310. Early 19 face tea set. Cream pot, sugar, cream pot. Groceries. And $300 for this lot. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for $200? $100 is where?
150.
150, 175, 150, 175. Anyone else for 175, 150, 175? 155 is number
1140.
1140, 311. Shaker 4-fingered box. This has very good provenance. Meter, I think. The guy who wrote the book owned that black box. And a nice little butter, meter. Was the author. Somebody give me 500 for the lot, 200 for a lot. Anybody?
350.
350 or 400. 350's been 400 before we go $400. Anybody like it for 400? 350's been $400. Anybody like me for 400? 350 buys number
1141.
1141. Thank you. 312 is a pair of large folio engravings after Thomas Cole's Voyage of Life. Youth and old. $300, $200 for them. Anybody like it for $200? $100 to start. $100, my goodness, and a quarter when you go. I mean, a quarter and a half, and 75, and $200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 when you go, 2 1/4. And the 200 on Jim. 2 1/4. Anybody else for 225? 225, 250, 250. Yes. 275, 250, and 275. 250 buys. Number. Mahogany and cherry candle stand, excellent condition. $300, $100 for it. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Anybody like it for 120? Those buys number
1068.
1068, 314, 30 pairs of 19 cents. I've got $30 to open, 30 and 40. Where do you go?
125.
125, that's better. 150, 175 now.
175.
Now 200, 200, 2 1/4.
Thank you.
2 1/4, would you go 2 1/4? Anybody else for 2 1/4? I've got 200, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 275, 275, now 300. $300, now 350. 300 and 350, would you go 400? $400, gonna be 4, would you go $400? Aren't they cool? 400, they have side legs too. Where are we?
350.
350 now, 400. $400, you gotta be 4, we go $400, 350's bid in 400, fair warning. 350 buys, number
3011.
3011, 350. Glazed door, 2-door corner cupboard with 2 panel doors. Takes a 36-inch corner on the back of the room, and $500 quick for it. $500, $300 for it. Anybody like to be for 3, 2, $100? Anybody like for 100 bid, 1 1/4? 100's bid, 1 1/4. Looks gonna look great with your English collection of early China. 100's bid, 1 1/4. Would you go 125? Anybody want to be in for 1 1/4? $100, number 15. Number 15. 316. Walnut mirror with bevel glass. $300 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for 100 and 1 1/4? 1 1/4, when you go 1 1/4, John, you gotta be 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, when you go 1 1/2, it's a nice mirror. 175, 175. 150 buys, date, your number please.
995.
995, 317. Early canvas of a woman knitting on frame, but it opens at 150 and 175. 150's bid in 175, gonna go 175, anybody else for 175? 150's bid in 175, fair warning, 175. $150 buys number 555, 555. Pearl walnut lift lid work table, kind of nice. That lid lifts right up. Dollars for it, 300, 200, $100 for it.
150.
150. Anybody like it for 175? 150 bid, 175, 175, 150, 175, 150 buys number.
I have 175 now.
175, now 200. $200, we go chance, $200, anybody else for two? 175 or 200? That's a number for chance. Sold, number
4960.
4960, 319. Wedgwood, fruit or salad set, early impressed mark, and this is creamware. It's 18th century, English. Somebody give me 300 for it, $100 for it. Anybody like to bid for 100? Anybody like it for 100? $100, 50, thank you. 60, 70, 80, 100 and a quarter. 1.5. 1.25 is bid at 1.5. You're gonna be 1.5. Should be 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? 1.25 buys. Number one, the buyer. 320. Oil on board with Dalmatian. $200 for it. $200 for that Dalmatian. 2 is bid 2.25. 2 is bid 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody else like it for 225? 200 is bid 2.25. Fair warning, 2.25. $200. Name, weigh number
907.
907. Thank you. 321. J.F. Cole, Still Life of Roses. That's Joseph Foxcroft Cole, 1837. Still Life of Flowers is $500 for it. $500, $200. Stop and Smell the Roses, $200. $200. You
I
get
have
it?
200.
200, thank you. 2.25.
1 second.
What?
They're having trouble with the phones. Ask for 1 second.
Okay, 200's bid. Anybody like to be in for 2.25? 2 is bid 2.25. Would you go 2.25? Anybody want to be in for 2.25? I have $200 offered and 2.25, getting 225. Are you back online with the phones? Little. 2.25. Fair warning, I have $200 offered at $225, once, twice, 200 buys it, number
5915.
5915, 321, 322. Carl Palga, ruby red Bohemian glass vase, a beautiful piece of art glass, and $300 for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. 100's bid 1.25. Anybody like it for 125? 100's bid 1.25. We go 1.25. Anybody want to be for 1.25? $100 for weight number
1041.
1041, 323. Water lilies, unsigned and unframed, and $300 quick for it. 300, 200, $100 for it. $100. Anybody like it for $100? It'll be $100. $50 and get it going to 50. Thank you. And 60 would go $60. 60 now 70. 70 would go 70. 60 and $70. Anybody like it for 70? 60's bid $60. Your weight number
1139.
1139. Two or mid-19th century drop leaf work table with 3 drawers. Unusual drawer configuration on this. And $500 for it. 300, 200, $100 and get it going. $100 and start it. $100 for that. 100, 1.25. 100's bid 1.25. Everybody like 1.25. 100's bid 1.25. $100 buys number.
I got 125.
125, then 150, looking for 150. 1.25 is bid 1.5, we go 1.5, 1.5, and 175. 175, we go 175, 150, 175. Anybody else? 150 buys number.
991.
991, 225. And Davidson, New England Shoreline with a luminous sky, and $200 for it. 200, anybody want to be for 200, $100 for it, 100 bid, 125, anybody like it for 125? 100 bid, 125, would you go 125, anybody want to be for 125, now I have. For 1.5, would you go 1.5, 1.5, anybody else for 1.5? 125 buys, number?
1139.
1139, 3 strawberry luster pearlware, teapot, sugar pot, minor chips and glazed loss, $100 for this lot, 100 ware, $50 for it, $50, 50, thank you, and 60, we're gonna be 60, we're gonna go 60, now $70, gonna be $80, gonna be 80, now $90, gonna be 90, now $100, $100, gonna be 100, we got $100, anybody else for 100? $90, you're waiting for? What is it? Four. 327. Iron canvas, this is Flora, after Titian, after the old master Titian. Bidding starts at $250 and $300 would go, $250 and $275. $250 and $275, you're gonna be $275, now $300, $300's here in the book, and $3.25. $350, $350, would you go $300, anybody else for $350? $300, buys it, number 440. 440 on the T-shirt. Queen Anne, William and Mary, Queen Anne transitional Bosback side chair with paintbrush feet, kind of nice, beautifully sculpted back. And how much for it? Somebody give me about 300 for it? 200, $100, $50, my goodness, 50, thank you, and 75, 50 bidding 75, gonna be 75, anybody else with 75? 50 bidding 60? 60, now 70, $70, now 80, $80, gonna be 80, now 90, now 100, $90 on the number 15. 9, 2 frame sets of 18th century Dove tiles. And I've got a little 100 and 2.25, where'd you go? 200's been 2.25, 2.5, 275. 1100, okay. The power of the internet. 1100 it is. So 1200, where do you go? 1100 good to 12, that'd be 12, is that $1,200? Anybody like the 1200? $1,100 is bid in 12, that'd be 12, is that be 1200? $1,100 bonds number?
1142.
1142, thank you, Nate. 330, George Howell Gay, Autumn Landscape. Nicely rendered, right, shown right over there, leaning against the bookcase. And $300 quick for it, 300, 200 for it. Anybody like me for 200? 200, baby, 2.25. 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, when you go 2.5, 2.25, then 2.5. 275, when you go 275, 250, 275. By now, 300, 300, it's gonna be 3, we go $300, anybody else for 3? 275 buys, number?
1143.
1143, 331. George Howell Gay, watercolors. And $100 quick for it, 100 where? Anybody like it for $100 for it? Anybody like it for 50? 50 and 60. Dollars at 60 now, 70, 70, we go $70. $80, it's gonna be 80, we go $80. $70 way number?
21.
21, thank you. 332. This is a, you know, the old silent movies, they blow something up. This is the ignition machine from 1924. And it comes with a 50-pound dynamite crate. There's no dynamite in it anymore. And blasting cap boxes. And I've got a little bit, what is it, 300 and 350?
400?
400. Okay, 400 and 450.
500?
How much?
5?
500 and 550. 550 bar. 550 now 600. 600 now 650. Bar. 650 now 700. 700 now 750. 750. You're bidding, Barbara? 750. We're going to go 750, 700 and 750. Anyone else for 750? I got 700 buys number?
5844.
5844. we go. 125 and 150, we go 150, 150, 175. Anybody like the 175? Now 200. $200, now 2 and a quarter. 200 bid, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275. Now 300. 300 Dan, 300, now 350, now 400. 400 Dan, you've got to be 400, now 450, now 500. 500, 500, now 550, now 600. 600 Dan, 600, now 650, 700. 700, now 750, now 800. 800, 850. 850. 850. 850, 900. 900 Dan, 900, 950. 950, we go 950, I'll get $900 off it, 950. Now 1,000. $1,000 gonna be 10, now 1,100. $1,100, when you go 1,100, 1,000 is been 1,100, fair warning. $1,100, you've got to be 1,100 once, twice. $1,000 buys it, number 531, 531. Spencer microscope, bell jar, and a telegraph key. Got $200 on this group. $200. Anybody like to be in for $100? $50 and go. $50 gonna be 50. We go $50 and go 50. Thank you. And $60. Anybody like it for 60?
60.
60, 70, 70, 80. $80. You gotta be 80. Now 90. $90 gonna be 90. We go $90. Anybody else for 90? $80 buys, number 23. 23 buys. 25, sorry. For the marshes, this is by Omer Lasson, a pretty well-regarded modernist, and $300 for it. 300, 200, 200, thank you, and 300 and 350, 300 and 350, we go $350. Anybody else for 350? Now 400. You for 400. We're gonna be $400, gonna be 400. 350 and $400. Anybody like it for 400? Fair warning. 350 and 400. 400, now 450. Back to you for 450, Bart. 450, you bidding 450? 400 and 450. $400 buys, number
991.
991. 336 Japanese porcelain flying geese coffee and tea set. This is very, very fine, eggshell thin china. And $100 down low for it. 100 where? Anybody like it for $100? $50 and get it going. 50, thank you, and 60, that'll be 60, but it goes $60. Anybody like it for 60, 50, and 60? $50 buys, number
948.
948, 337. Bradley and Hubbard lamp with mica panel, 8-sided shade, and bidding has to start at 100 and 2 and a quarter. 200 bid, 2 and a quarter, that'd be 225. Anybody like 200 bid, 2 and a quarter, we can go 2 and a quarter. Anybody like to be for 2 and a quarter? $200 buys, number 456. Miller, shown over there, $500 for those. $500, $200 for them. Anybody like for $200, $100? 100 bid, 1 and a quarter. Anybody want to bid for 1 and a quarter? 100 bid, 125. 125, now 150. 150, 175. 175, now 200. $200, W2, when you go $200. 175 and 2. 175 buys, number
1084.
1084, 340, 339. Prohibition, anti-repeal broadside. And a $50 bill down low for it. 50 where? 50's bidding 60, gotta be 60. When you go $60, anybody like it for 60? 50 is bidding 60, but you gotta be 60. When you go $60, 60 now. 90, now 100 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter, when you go 1 and a quarter, 100 bidding 1 and a quarter. 100's bidding 1 and a quarter. $100 buys, number 39, thank you, 39. Cloud study, initial MR for Marion Richardson. And 5 would go, 150 bid, 175. Anybody like to be in for 175?
175.
But I have 175 ahead of you. I have 200. When you go 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half bar, 2 and a half, when you go 2 and a half, nice cloud study. $250, 250, 275, 275, when you go 275, 250, and 275. Now 300, 300. When you go 300, 275, and 300. Nope. $5 to the internet.
5672.
5672. 21, dining table and 6 chairs in the manner of James Mont, 20th century, custom made. And $1,000 quick for it. 1,500 and 500, got me probably go $300 to start it. $300, $200 for it. 250 and 275, 250 bid and 275, got me 275, anyone else for 250 and 275, 250 buys number
901.
901, lot 342, hand hammered, copper and slag, glass, arts and crafts, lamp period, original material. Opens at 650 and 700. 650 bid and $700, gonna be somebody go 700. I'm 800, would you go 850?
Yes.
850, now 900. 850 bid at $900, it's gonna be would you go $900? Anybody like it for 900? 850 bid at 900. 850, Nate, number please.
1151.
1151, 343. Stickley triple bookcase with glass doors, that's the one in the middle. And $500 quick down low for it. $500, gonna be
13.
1,300, 1,400. 13 is bid in 14, would you go $1,400? Anybody else like it for 1,400? 13 is bid in 14, would you go $1,400? Anybody like to be in for 1,400? 13 and 14. $1,300 your way number.
1152.
11. James Cortez, 1979, charcoal and ballerina, and an engraving of Baryshnikov. And those together is a lot. And $300 for this lot. 300 should be, or 300, $200. Anybody like it for 200? Cortez, 200. $100 for it. 150, 175. Anybody like it for 175? 150 bid, 175. 150 buys number
1149.
1149, 345. 3 early locomotive photographs. And those.
Yep.
100, 150, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, would you go 1 1/4? Anybody like it for 1 1/4? 100 is bid in 125. Anybody like to bid for 125? 100 is bid in 125. $100 your way number
948.
948, 346. Levy glass doors or topped with 3 drawers. This is a lighted interior on this, pretty nice. And somebody give me $1,000 for it. 1,000 where? Anybody like to be for 1,000? 500, 500, thank you, and 600. 500 is bid in 60, gotta be $600, gonna be 600, now 700, 700, 800, 900, 900, 1,000, 1,250, 1,250, 1,500. $1,500, you gotta be 15, and 1,250 is bid at $1,500. Anybody else for 1,500? 1,250 is bid at $1,500. Anybody else like it for 1,500? Fair warning, 1,500. 1,250 buys. Number 3, the buyer 3. 347, 4 pieces of Van Briggle, and I've got $80. $90. What do you got? 4 pieces of Van Briggle collar. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. Got to be 2 1/4. Anybody else for 225? 200 and 2 1/4. $200 your way number.
1153.
1153. 248. Rockwell Kent, broadside, Norman Thomas, Hathaway, what Vermont means to New York, and $300 for it. 300, 200, 200, 100, 200 bid and 2 1/4. 200 is bid and 2 1/4. When you go 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, anybody like it 2 1/2 and 275, now 300, 300, 400, 450, 450. You've got to be 450, Nate. 450. I've got 400 on.
And 450 also?
450, now 500. 500. Nate, you're out of it completely. 500.
550?
550, Sarah, you're doing beautifully. 600, 650, you're up to 650, now 700. 700, where do you go 700? 650 is bid at $700. Anyone else for 700? Fair warning, 650 and 700, once, twice. $650, thank you, and your number?
5742.
5742, 349. Stickley double door bookcase with glass doors, $500 quick for it.
1,000.
Thousand's bid, 1,100, where do you go? 1,000's bid, $1,100, anybody else like it for 1,100? 1,000, now 1,200, you gotta be 12, we gotta be 12, we go $1,200, anybody else for 12? If 11 is bid, and 12, you gotta be $1,200, anybody else like it for 12? $1,100 buys, number
1157.
1157. 350. And Rockwell Kent, Goodbye Day. And I've got a little bit of interest in dollars. 500 and 550 and 600. 600, 750 and 800. 750's bid and 800. Well, that's quite a bit as well. $100, anybody else for 800? 7.5 is bid. Anybody like it for 800? 750 buys, number
Thank you. 5742.
5742. 2 pieces of brilliant cut crystal and $50 down low. Start that off 50 and 60. Anybody like it for 60? 50 and 60 is going to be 60. We go $60. Anybody like to be in for 60? $50. Your way, Nick, number
1149.
1149, 352. 5 pieces of Milliwack art pottery. No. Kaolin, it's a factory. Milliwack. 100 for it, 200. I have 150 to bid, 175 now, 200. 175 is bid, and 2. Anybody else like it for 200? 175 is bid, 2. You got to be doing to go $200. 175. 9, 4, 5, 9 on the clock. Italian modern chrome chair and ottoman attributed to Milo Baum or Otto Gerdau. And $300 for this lot. 300. How many?
4.
400 and 450. 400 is maybe 450. We go $450. It's going to be 450. Anybody like it for 450? 400 and 450. Would you go $450? Anybody like it? $400 buys, number
1084.
1084, thank you. Rockwell Kent transfer decorated plates, and $300 for those. 300, $100 for them. $100 for them. Anybody like to be in? We go $100, $50 to start them at 60. 50 and 60, we go $60. Anybody like 60? $50 your way, number
1159.
1159, 354, set of 4 Stickley tallback spindle chairs, $500,
450.
450 and 500, 450's bid and 575, we go $500, anybody like for 500? 450's bid and $500, 35, we go 500, anybody else for 5? 450 buys, number
1160.
1160. Flagon with the castle mark and $300 for it. $300, $200 for it. Anybody like to be for $200, $100 and start it. $100 and set it in. 100's bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 1 1/5. 150 is bid, 170. Quarter, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. 275, and go 275, 250, 275. Fair one, 275, now 300. Back to you for 300, 300 now. 300 and 350, any advance. 300 and 350. Now 400. $400 in the bidding for, got to be 400, now 450. 400 and 450 with 400 and 450. Fair warning. Once, twice. $400 to the phone.
555.
Thank you, 555. Good job. Our umbrella stand. $100 for that umbrella stand. Anybody like it for $100? $50 in starting. 70. Now 80. $80. Now $90 can be 90. We go $90. Now $100. We go 100. And 1 1/4. Now 1 1/2. Anybody like it? 1 1/2 and 175. 175. 175. Now 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4. We go 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. 275. 275, we go 275, now 300. 300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4, we go 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 375. 379. How much?
400,
1 quarter, 4
450.
450. 500,
5,
550. 500's bid 550. I never thought umbrella stand free so much. 500 and 550, it is Russian. 500 and 550. 500's bid in 550, fair warning. Once, twice, $500 prize number.
5760.
5760, 350. Oriental vase, beautiful glaze on it, carpet water lilies, and $200 for it. $100 for it. Anybody like it for $100? What do you want? $100. $50 to get it going. $50 got to be 50. What do you want? $50. $20.
40.
40 and 50. 40 is bid in 50. You got to be 50. Anybody like it for 50? Now 60. 50 is bid in 60. What do you go? $60. Anybody like it for 60? 50 is bid in 60. What do you go? $60. $50. Prize number
949.
949 358. 20th century cast iron garden urns. Starts on these at 350 and 400. It's got to be 400. I've got 475. Would you go 500, Ron? I've got 475 here in the book. Would you go 500, 500, 550, 500 and 550? Anybody else? 550. I've got $500 offered to 550. 500 buys it. Number 25, the buyer 25. 359 is an original metal drugstore sign. And I've got 250 to open.
Grant.
2,000 is bid at 2,200. What do you go? 2,000 is bid at 2,250. 2,250. What do you go? 2,250. I've got $2,000 bid at 2,250. I'm bidding 2,250. Or where are you out? 2,250. Fair warning. 2,000 and 2,250. Once, twice. $2,000. Nate, you bought it. Your number, please.
1165.
1165. And 360, a pair of cast iron figure urns with cherubs. And $500 for these.
450,
450. I've got 475. Would you go 500? 500 now 550. 500's been 550. Would 550 now 600. 600 now 650 on Ken. 650 750. One of you. 750 on 750's bid at $800. 850, 900, 900, one of you. 900,
Nine.
900 on Sarah, 900, 950, 950 on Ken, and $1,000. $1,000 on Dan, 1,100. $1,100, you've got to be 1,100, 1,100 on Ken.
11,
I've got it ahead of you. You got 12, 12 on Dan, 1,200 and 1,300. 1,200's bid in 13. What do you go 1,300? 13. 1,400. 1,400 on Dan. 1,400. 1,400's bid in 15. What do you go 15? $15 on Ken. 15 and 1,600 Dan. 1,600 now. $1,700. What do you go 1,700? 16 and 17. 16 is bid in 1,700. Fair warning. 16 and 1,700. Once, twice. It's with Daniel, let there be no mistake. 1,600 and 1,700. 1,600 number 531, the buyer, 531. Pair of oversized crafts and irons. Sweet little fender for a fireplace. And $300 for this lot. One and a quarter. Who's got one and a quarter? Anybody got one and a quarter? I've got $100 from two of you.
I have 150,
150, thank you. 175, now 200. $100, you gotta be two. What do you go $200? Anybody like the 200? 175 has been two. Gotta be two. What do you go $200? Anybody like the two? $175. Molly's done.
1166.
1166.
Hit it, Russ.
362, so that's it. Thank you very much, folks.
You're the best. 348 now.
Working into the last three items. You've got $3,000 worth of stuff. You never know.
Yeah.
Some pretty much. Have that looked into. I'll put my guys on.
They got the string. Doesn't want to go usually. Seeing too many things. Really depends on what it is.
Very nice trails.
Yeah, no, that one is a little stiff. Oh. Very very some piece of furniture. I can tell you that's
Super fun. Monica loved it.
Hey, thanks. That's
loved
very
it.
nice of you to say.
She loved it. Here, see you at dinner. Okay.
Anyway, Russ, thank you. Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, you get into that.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff in my bar. Oh, for sure.
Hey, that's not a bad thing by any means.
Yeah. So we're in the truck, you want to wrap it?
I mean, when I get out there, I'll throw something over it.
I'll get another string, I guess, for the door there.
It should be. Sometimes they pop open, especially when we put them on their side. You can grab it by those legs, it should be fine. Oh, wait. No, you don't have to beast mode. It should.
Just grab it.
I didn't have it from you.
Oh, no. That's what I'm saying. You can grab it by those legs, probably.
These
If
ones.
that's comfortable, yeah.
So good.
She's doing like a workshop. We're gonna go down here, swing out. Yep.